to Now we're going to have a Muslim prayer by His Excellency Mohammed Maulud, Sarawi Minister of Economic and Financial Affairs. Welcome, sir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم ملك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين اللهم منحنا التوفيق والسداد والنجاح اللهم وفقنا في أعمالنا اللهم انجح مقررات ندوتنا واجعلنا من الموفقين والصالحين والمرضي عليهم آمين يا رب العالمين.
Now, James Murage from Micro and Small Enterprise Authority to lead us with a prayer for the Christian faith.
Let's believe and pray. Heavenly Father, we come unto you this great morning. Thank you, Lord, for this great day that you have granted to us. We say thank you. Even as we begin, we pray that you start with us, O God. We commit each and every one of us, Lord, unto your able hands. We ask for your protection. We ask for your presence. And thank you, Lord, for this day. We say thank you for everyone. We pray this trusting and also believing in your holy name.
Amen. Media team.
It's okay.
This is my fourth time in Connected Summit Africa, and I can say it's so exciting every day to come here, connect with different people, different industry, also to understand what the future is in about technology.
Just here to showcase some of our capabilities, solutions, and how we can help our customers protect the environment. Nice to be here and looking forward to an engaging session with the teams.
Good morning. Salam alaikum. A fantastic 3 days, chock full of insights and information. How many of us are smarter for our time here? How many of us are smarter? How many of us have formed new connections? Interesting, it's not the whole room. So here's what we're going to do. How many of us have WhatsApp? How many of us have WhatsApp? Excellent. I want you to go to your WhatsApp. Quickly, just go to your WhatsApp. Go to your profile and get to the place where your QR code is. We all know where that is. Under profile, you should be able to find the section where your QR code is. If you don't know, nudge your neighbor like this and say, where is this QR code for my profile? We shall all be smarter today for it. Are we there? What I notice many times in such scenarios is we sit within our comfort zones. You're probably in the same seat you sat on Monday, if I'm not wrong, or around the same areas. People are saying, no. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to take 1 minute, and I want you to stand up and walk to someone that you do not know, have never met, and for 15 seconds, quickly introduce yourself and give that QR code to be scanned. So that by the end of this, we'll have met 4 new people. So ladies and gentlemen, it is now 9:44. At 9:45, we stop. So let's go. Stand up, meet someone new, make an introduction, 15-second speed introduction, speed networking, scan that QR code. All the way to the front. You don't have one. This is your WhatsApp. Let's see. This is your account. Step away from this. Oh, but this is your business. This is your business WhatsApp, not personal. Okay, that could be it. Yeah, that could be it. Aya, nyinyi mnaweza. Yes. Down to 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. It's not called Connected Africa for nothing. "20 seconds. "10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And now, because you are all still standing, I would like you to make your way forward and make sure you fill this room from the front. Okay? So now that we are standing, can you let us fill this room from the front? Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move in front kindly. Let us fill the room from the front. So those of us who are from Manyata could join us and have a place to sit. I'd like to remind us of the breakout sessions today. You probably received the text about starting at 9:30 this morning, and that text contains the breakout sessions for the day. So kindly start identifying which breakout session you'd love to attend. One of our key sponsors, AWS, is also conducting a raffle. And to participate in this raffle, they're requesting that you visit their booth and leave your business card or other details. And the winners of the raffle will be announced at this evening's gala dinner. Of course, not forgetting our amazing sponsors whose list we'll go through later today, who've made this gathering possible. A key note is that the closing ceremony today will be immediately after the breakout sessions. So across the 3 days, sometimes people tend to want to go to lunch early, but today lunch will be after the closing ceremony, which will happen after our breakout sessions. And now I'd like us to get started with our keynote for today. And AI has been a running theme across practically everything. There's nothing you can speak of today that doesn't touch on the element of AI. And our first keynote for today will be speaking about leveraging AI for Africa's prosperity. And taking us through this is Masindegwa, Public Policy Director at Meta. Help me welcome her on stage. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mercy Ndegwa. The Director of Public Policy at Meta, covering the Eastern Horn of Africa, as well as our economic policy work across Africa. I'm really humbled and honored to be before you this morning to speak about how we look at AI at Meta, which is what my presentation will be about. So I'll direct your attention to the screens as I begin my presentation. And I'd need us to start from the start, please. Would you kindly go to the first slide? Joanne, or the team at the back, media team? Or is it me with the clicker and everything? Sorry. You have my entire presentation now before we start. That's it. Awesome, my apologies about that. So AI at Meta. So Meta, you may be wondering who we are. So Meta is the company brand name that represents all the different technologies that are presented by our company. We are talking about Facebook, who, most of you might be on Facebook or not. I had the MC speak about WhatsApp. He asked everybody to get onto their phone and go onto the WhatsApp, which was a very warm thing to have at the start of our presentation today. WhatsApp is one of the technologies we offer as well. We also have Instagram, Messenger, and a couple of others that we don't have in the region yet that we have at Meta, all of which are powered with AI. And so I'll walk you through how we look at AI at Meta. I'll skip the agenda because I've made a bit of a tweak at the end of that. I'll be looking at, the first thing I'll be looking at is what we are doing in terms of how we're looking at AI and how, what kind of a moment we're having presently. We had a lot of discussions focused on AI. I believe it was the second day, or is it yesterday? I mean, it's been a whole week being in Mombasa. But at Meta, we know that people use our technologies every day. I've mentioned some of the ones that are very popular in the region. And when I speak about the region, I mean Africa especially, because we're here covering connectedness around Africa, and that is where I would like to focus us. People are using our technologies primarily to connect with family, with friends, with customers. We know a lot of people are using it for business and generally creating new experiences. And this is where we are seeing also now AI becoming really fundamental in how people are connecting with one another. Our mission as a company is to build the technology that enables this human connection. And we are constantly looking at how we can leverage new technologies to improve that connection with one another. Meta has been a pioneer in AI for more than a decade now. For example, when we look at how we use AI in the company, we're using it to deliver relevant content to you. So when you log on to any of our platforms, whether you are on Facebook or Instagram, you will see content that is relevant to what your preferences are and the kinds of people maybe you follow regularly, the kind of content you're constantly looking at. Will be filtered and brought to you using algorithms that are informed by your preferences and your regular interaction on our platforms. We also use it to present advertisement, so what we're calling ads, to people who use our services. Now, we help you to combat, let me say, improve safety across our platforms. When you're navigating content, we want to make sure that you're looking at content that is safe for you, that we are removing any harmful content. The way to do that at scale or across our platform, across the billions of users we have in the world, is mostly enabled through AI, and I will be touching on some of that as we go along. We've released more than 1,000 models and libraries and data sets that researchers are also using, including our latest version of Llama. Llama is our large language model, which enables a lot of innovation in the region by developers to solve for local problems and provide solutions to users. Recent breakthroughs that we have seen in AI have captured the public imagination. We've seen demonstration of what potential AI can have in enabling people to do incredible things. And it is this that keeps propelling us to continue to do that. I'm showing you on the screen there some of the use cases and places that we are using AI across our platforms. We have AI-enabled creation tools that a lot of creators use to put up content online that you get to interact with regularly. Creation of conversations. Now, if you look at any of our apps, you will find that you have the option of using Meta AI, which is embedded on all of our platforms. So if you're on Facebook, you have a little window at the top there where you can type and search content or curate your own text or even images using our AI at the top of it. And that's integrated across all of our platforms. If I could just touch a little bit on AI and the evolution that we have been having or the journey we've seen. AI is not new. I think there's the impression that this is when AI is a thing, this is a new thing, we all need to jump on it. But AI has been around actually for a long time. It's not a new concept. It's been evolving since the mid-20th century, actually. And we have seen from when AI was birthed, approximately maybe 1956, thereabouts, there's been a lot of development since then, major milestones every time to improve on what that can look like. And these have been marked across that period, from 1956 to around now, where we've seen different milestones that have, let me say, been significant to note in terms of where AI is and how it's evolving. As an example, we had a major milestone with the testing of the first chatbot. If you've ever heard about ELIZA, those who've been in the industry a lot longer, is it ELIZA? Potato. At MIT in 1966, that's way back, it marked the beginning of AI's application in natural language processing, which basically means how do you integrate language into understanding, machines into understanding language and people. We have since seen that evolve to the point where today a lot of AI tools that we have or the models that we have present are able to understand, for example, a lot of the languages that we have across, for example, our region. And when I say a lot of the languages, I have to be cautious to add that it is still an evolving task, and this is part of the journey of evolution. But we do have all of the major languages that cover majority of populations in terms of popularity of the language, so whether it's Arabic, Swahili, Igbo, Tswana, and all of these languages, all of these, you find that majority of models now are able to understand them and create or support solutions on that kind of language modeling. So AI continues to evolve. And we see now lots of conversations around different things relating to AI. I think we have had a lot of those touched upon in this conference, so I will not go into that in great detail. But I think some of the notable ones will be the way that we are automating for businesses using technology to be able to do things better, faster, and so on. Generative AI, which is really popular now in terms of generating new content, so to speak, creating something new that is not there. We've seen, for example, on the screens, playing across the screens, content that is actually AI generated, not real people, but they look pretty much like real people. Part of that is from generative AI use case. I don't have much time and I have lots of slides to go through, so I'll just rush through it. So AI continues to be a very transformative technology, and I think when we look at different sectors today, whether you're looking at agriculture, health, and all of this, AI is at the forefront of being able to, let me say, pivot or scale the reach or the milestones or achievements that one would want to do in any of those, from medicine to climate technology and all this. We've seen that AI has been very central in addressing some of the global challenges that we have and has the potential to continue to revolutionize sectors like healthcare, like I've mentioned, education, agriculture, and all of this. And I'll touch on some of those examples that go along with regards to how we're doing this. I mentioned earlier about the improvement of safety experiences, for example, across our platforms, but also reducing the need for people to complete dangerous tasks, which, for example, through automation, you're able to do better when you have artificial intelligence incorporated. I'll touch a little bit on large language models because this is a really important one, and I think it's important that we have an understanding of what we mean when we're talking about large language models. But these are basically designed to stimulate language digitally. They are basically characterized to ensure that they can process large number of parameters at the same time. So there's a lot of effort to put in data or collect data that can then be able to be used to make sense of it, so that if you're trying to build something on top of that as a developer, it becomes pretty easy because all of that is already sitting within the model itself. So it often helps to improve performance when it's trained well in terms of the data especially. It improves computational power, of course, and so on and so forth. We've seen foundation models that are being developed, which are the ones we're calling like large language models by different companies. We currently have, I think, notably a couple. We've heard of the likes of GPT. I think we're on GPT-4 now. Llama, which is from Meta, is on 3.2. I hope I'm not wrong. We're on that version 3. We have the likes of Google, who also
send
have...
my slides, so I don't need my laptop.
Sorry, is that for me? Okay. It's AI. I like that. Yeah, well, it's not Llama, but yeah. So there is a lot that is happening in the space of large language modeling. I think the thing to call out here is that there is a lot of investment in terms of resources, financial resources, to be able to build a large language model, and it's the reason why there aren't many. But these become foundational models on which solutions can be developed on top of. And so you find that of the ones you've heard about, including DeepSeek, which I think I've heard being mentioned quite a number of times, it makes it a lot easier for those who are trying to come up with new solutions not to have to make the huge investment in computing power, in infrastructure, in electricity, and so on, to be able to do that. So this already provided for you in terms of a foundational model on top of which you can then build. When I look at the AI at Meta, maybe I'd like to call out a little bit about what we have been doing since we started working with, like I mentioned, maybe 2006 thereabouts, where I would say those are some of the earliest days of when we started using machine learning, particularly, and AI to power over all of our apps and services. So whether it be in feeds ranking, so feed is what you get when you land on the page. For example, on Facebook or Instagram. So the feed is where you get like your little bubbles of information across the different things that you like to follow. When we decide what to rank on top, like what do you see top of your feed, all of that is determined using machine learning tools that we use. Again, they're informed a lot by your own interaction with our tools, but also the kind of information you yourself are engaging with there. So if you like content from a certain creator, if you're constantly searching for a certain thing, all of those things inform how we end up ranking what we think is most interesting to you in everyday interaction with our platforms. So it helps you also with your discovery. When you're thinking about, maybe you're trying to think about what to do in Diani, now that you're in Diani, you'll find that some of those then bubble up as some of the suggestions because you're regularly interacting with that kind of content. So AI is foundational to all of our family of apps, as we call them. Our family of apps, again, being Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, WhatsApp, and is also a very fundamental and core to the future of how we see our products working going forward and the generative AI products that we continue to develop, including the metaverse for tomorrow. So our work in AI comes in two main areas. First, it's the massive recommendations and ranking infrastructure that I've mentioned regarding how your experience on our platforms is, so from feeds to the reels to stories to the things that you're seeing. But second, it's also in the generative foundational models that are enabling entirely new classes of products and experiences that you're having on our platforms. Meta has about 10 years of history deploying AI. I mentioned from approximately, not even 2006 thereabouts, so it's actually more than 10. But we have been using AI in our products, but also for public good. Meta is uniquely poised, as we see ourselves, to solve some of the AI's biggest problems. And not many companies, unfortunately, have the resources or capacity to make this kind of investment that we have done. Like I said, the development of large language models is costly in terms of the software, the hardware, the infrastructure that you have to put in, and how you weave new learnings in terms of data to constantly keep that model fresh and updated in terms of the diverse data sets that could exist out there. I feel like I could skip this because I've been talking about some of this a lot, and I will go into the evolution of Llama. I'll skip that and just speak to open source, because I think this is a really important point to bring up. So Llama is leading the open source AI movement, and I'd like to touch on this briefly because it's really important to us. We have one of the large language models that allows for different developers around the world to come in and develop on top of our models without having to make payments, and so on and so forth. A lot of the language models that you have available aren't as open, and so we not even as open, are mostly closed loop, which means you have to either pay or get access in a different way. But for us, it's open, which means then we can get as many as would love to develop content or develop different solutions for their local, the local, whatever it is that you're trying to develop solutions for, whether it's agriculture, healthcare, and whatever you're looking at, to be able to do so with ease. We have seen over 1 billion downloads on Hugging Face, which is one of the applications that is useful for those who are downloading content from Llama, the Llama models. We have seen 10 times growth since 2013, 2023, when we started we opened the platforms, and many, many models that have been developed from this, from Llama. We will see shortly a use case of how one of, let me say, the solution developers in the region has used Llama to be able to provide a solution that is interesting in the region. We have many partners that we use for our cloud services. You'll see AWS, who are here as well, and many others that we work very closely with. I would like to, train our eyes towards the screens again for the video that I would like to request the media team to play, again to demonstrate the use case of Llama by a developer within the region and how they're using it. And there's many, many more such cases. You'll see and hear of some of them as I go across my presentation. Media team, would you kindly play the video?
I grew up in a rural township in Nelspruit in South Africa. We didn't always have a lot of resources. My family did not have electricity until 2003. In school, we only had a handful of textbooks. 3 or 4 students would take turns taking the textbook home. And if a student lost that textbook, that would be it for that group. The next class of students would not have that textbook either. Looking back, that was when the whole idea of Fundamate started. Fundamate is an AI study buddy built with Llama, accessible via WhatsApp or Messenger. When I was in grade 9, my brother and I bought a bunch of parts, stitched together a computer, and I would download practice papers and answer sheets.
And today, we'll talk about what...
I found the past papers so helpful that I wanted to share them with my friends.
Do you understand?
Students can use Fundamate to download practice papers, study guides, and even ask questions when they're stuck. We built Fundamate to be on WhatsApp because we want to be accessible to students.
And then here we have input.
Using MetaLlama enabled us to have control over the tone and the flow of conversation.
I think it looks good. Yeah, I think so as well.
We use it because of its language capability, its reasoning capability. We use it to explain concepts to students in a way that they understand. Our journey so far has been in the direction of getting closer and closer to the user. Our approach is to use open source whenever we can. Llama is very easy to fine-tune, really easy to scale as well. Llama is making it possible for us to make education accessible to everyone and to make education and knowledge approachable.
Yes, you can use that line.
We have over 3 million users all over Africa. We have many students who have used Fundamate to improve their marks and get into university. We found everyone has a passion, and if you help them explore that passion, they'll be inspired every day. Fundamate is a gateway from where they are to where they could be.
Thank you so much for that. We believe, thank you, I appreciate you. We've seen examples like Fundamate where they're using WhatsApp and also Messenger, are reaching over 3 million students today as we speak across sub-Saharan Africa, so multiple countries where they're helping them to leverage these apps to do more conversational flow of information, share content about school content that they can be able to improve their learning and so on and so forth. And we've seen huge impact with regards to open sourcing our Llama, our large language model. We've seen many more examples. If you think about Lerise in Egypt, it's a startup in Egypt that is chat-based, also supporting recruiting in recruiting and AI use cases of talent. You know, how do you make sure that you get more people to get AI upskilling or talent building across Africa? It's been very successful. We've seen that also with Jacaranda Health. You may have heard about Jacaranda Health, who offer digital health tools that help get SMS messaging to nudge people towards certain behavior with regards to health, or whether it's maybe to go and seek to get maybe checked or get a refill or medication and things like that. So has been very, very useful, especially in empowering new and expecting mothers across multiple countries, including Kenya, Ghana, and others. So for us, we see that the innovation and experimentation that a lot of developers are doing across our platforms is enabling us to be able to respond together with them to a variety of most important challenges that are being faced in community, again, across multiple use cases. We continue to engage with different developers, researchers, and enterprises to see how we can support more of these kinds of things. So if there's people in the room who are looking into those spaces, please reach out to us and let's have a conversation. Back to the presentation. I think I've touched already on the open AI approach and the benefits that we're seeing from it. But maybe if I could just go down to speaking a little bit about maybe the responsible, how our platforms are, not the platforms, but the model is open and responsible in how we look at addressing concerns that may come in terms of inclusion, and how do we make sure that the data that is being interacted with is more representative, because we hear that as feedback across Africa especially, and this is part of the reason why we appreciate the open source model that we have, because any developers who have content that is not represented already within our model are able to suggest that these things be included, and we are able to improve in every single version that we keep rolling after that. So with each model that we develop, we are weighing the benefits of openly releasing models against the potential risks that we see. We take steps to make sure that we are assessing and mitigating the risks when we're developing these models. And risks here, we're talking about risks around diversity, around inclusion, around bias, and things like that. Making sure that the models are constantly being improved to take care of those things. I spoke about the fact that we are open to collaboration. So if those who are thinking about it from either a government perspective, we work with a lot of governments in terms of having use cases that can help solve for public sector challenges. But we also work with researchers, like I said, again, who are helping us also with solving data gaps that may be there and training of data, or specific solutions they may be coming up with in their own research and looking at how we can incorporate it. But we also have something called the Llama Impact Grants that I think is important to flag, because we are constantly doing this across the region. Every year we announce this challenge. It's a challenge that we pose to encourage a diverse set of folks who are interested in developing content and that are trying to address certain global challenges to apply for these grants. So we give them a stash of money that they can actually be able to use to be able to do this. We always make these calls, and this is actually how we ended up with the likes of Jacaranda Health that I gave an example of, Fundament, and many others across the world. I've spoken about our responsible AI approach, but it's primarily around these issues. How do we ensure that the privacy of your data is upheld, your privacy is upheld, the security of your information is kept, there is fairness and inclusion in terms of how our data is perceiving the different audiences across the world, making sure it's also robust and safe as you're using the model, and how transparent and how much control you have in terms of how you interact with that information. We are very collaborative in our approach, and it's the reason why, like I said, we have the open source model to start with. We want to have as many as possible to do so, but we do proactively also pursue certain partnerships, and I'll call out some of these. We have a non-profit community of academic, civil society, and industry organizations that we have under what we call the Partnership on AI, which is really important in making sure that we're creating solutions that advance positive outcomes for people and society, while let me say, conferring together with the civil society, industry, and academia. We have been a founder member of this board together with other representatives from other organizations like Google, DeepMind, Apple, and others who are partners in this kind of work. And we continue to even explore more partnerships around all of this. I'll touch on Meta and AI research, because I think this is important for those who are in the room that are interested in research. We have actually recently just concluded research on AI that I'm happy to share maybe to the event organizers to circulate after. That was basically making an assessment of where we are at in terms of the landscape in Africa on AI, and it is very informative and insightful. So I'll be sharing that across, then you can go into more detail. But what I think I'd like to also speak to is on our research. I don't know why the screen is blank. Our research work informed us that we needed to make sure that we provided for as many languages as possible. So we have a program that's called the No Language Left Behind program that is sort of a first of a kind, where we try to incorporate as many languages as we can in the understanding, in the model understanding of those languages across. This included low-resource languages, so languages which are not necessarily covering huge populations of people, but then are spoken across the world. And because of that, we've been able to provide better translations on our platforms, better translations also on Meta AI and all of the different AI tools that we're coming up with. Spoken about that. So then, what are we looking at in terms of Meta and AI and the future? We continue to make investments in AI, and the investment we're making in AI is to ensure that we continue to advance the experiences that you're having across our platforms. I spoke about these two things at the beginning, making sure that, again, you're safe, you're secure, you're having easy interactions across the platforms, whether you are a creator of content, whether you're a consumer of content, and so on and so forth. But also, we are making sure that we are continuing to make investments in generative AI, because it's really huge in making sure that we deal with another major shift of data transformations, which we're continuing to see happen, that is significantly larger. So we continue to see more people who are picking up AI, becoming even more versed in how they use it to continue to create and do more, compared to how they were doing this on traditional software and beyond, before AI. In addition to that, we are making investments in trainings and supporting opportunities to get developers trained. We have just this Monday, actually, in collaboration with the Ministry of ICT and others, opened up what we're calling the Llama Impact Accelerator Program, which basically is an opportunity for startup organizations, developers, and others to sign up to be trained by us and our teams, and then be able to cascade that training to others across the region. We are doing this presently with Nigeria, Senegal, South Africa, and Kenya, but hopefully it's something that we'll be able to expand even further afterwards. So the investments continue, both from research perspective, but also in us developing new use cases and working collaboratively with government, civil society, academia to identify in what ways we can support. Our Meta AI assistant is, I believe that's where I'm at. We first announced the Meta AI assistant, the one that I've spoken about, that's already integrated in all of our platforms. We have first announced it in September of last year at our Meta Connect Summit. It's a big event where we announce new innovations and the things that we're doing. And we find that Meta AI is now more helpful than ever before. If you look at, like I said, the experience you have when you're interacting with any of our platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and so on, it's right there. So if you're trying to curate a response, you're trying to think about coming up with a document, thinking about an image, it's very easy for you to be able to use. And so all of these advances, thanks to our Meta Llama 3, the version 3, it's become more accessible than ever to be able to be used by anyone, even if you're not a techie. It's now available across majority of countries. We have recently actually had it opened up in Kenya. So if you haven't already also been able to download the app, so it's already there in the platforms, so on Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, WhatsApp. But then if you haven't downloaded the app itself, similar to how you'd have, for example, ChatGPT, please do go on your Play Store or App Store and download Meta AI. You'll find that the experience is phenomenal. I've used it every single day myself since. We'll also be looking to expand the family of apps, so again, the fundamental apps that I've talked about, to see how we can be able to integrate the use of AI into improving the experiences, like I've said. I think that is already covered, and we'll be looking to see how we can also make sure that users, by clicking on any blue ring icon, the Meta AI is a blue ring icon, they can be able to see it across all of our apps already. They'll be able to have the option to chat across the different platforms they're on. So what we have on the screens is the mock-ups from the different phones of how you could be able to do that while you're having the experience. There's people searching, what are these, like, decoration tips. Others are looking for messaging. Like I said, you're creating new content, you're asking questions about a document you want to review, you're asking about stuff you want to share, all of this. So basically, improving your experiences across, but also ensuring that we continue to improve the apps to make them better, but also to give you an experience that allows for you to be even more creative in how you interact, whether it's at work, in business space, and so on and so forth. So I think I'll close there by inviting all of those who are looking to see how we can collaborate. Again, I said, if you're in the space of academia, if you're in the space of civil society, you're in government, and so on, we would be more than happy to see how we can support the initiatives that you have that might be looking at being made lighter or easier using artificial intelligence. It is something that we are open to exploring, and we'll be having even more conversations. For example, very soon we'll be having such a conversation with government officers across different countries, including Kenya, this June, to see how we can develop use cases across the different sectors that they are looking to solve public challenges for. So I give you, I thank you for your time and listening to me, and I hope that you have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you so much for your attention.
Fantastic.
Right over there.
As Ms. Kibandi hands over us a small token, I had a bit of a chuckle when, because we're in Swahili country, what do we say when something is new and shiny? Kenyans in the room. What do we say when something is new and shiny? Meta meta. So nice you say it twice, right? And that's AI, and that's AI for you. But I've got a challenge for Mercy even as she leaves the stage, is that I'm a builder as well. And one of the things I've been working on is the ability to help numerous creators sidestep things like copyright infringement. Some of you, if you're a creator and you're on TikTok or you put something on YouTube, you know that if you put music that doesn't belong to you, you receive what is called a takedown notice, right? And Mercy, you guys have a fantastic suite of products called AudioCraft. I'm just waiting to catch Mercy's attention from the back of the room. So with AudioCraft, I tried setting up, and unfortunately I got told that this is not accessible from your part of the world. So maybe from a policy perspective, and also just looking at democratizing knowledge and access, it would be great. Maybe we could speak later about how do we open up access to something like AudioCraft that has something called Music Gen and Audio Gen. And something like Audio Gen, you simply give it a prompt, and it creates magic for you, creating for your original music. For example, vernacular radio in Kenya is pretty interesting, especially their advertisements. But you can imagine giving a prompt, and you say, I want you to create for me a 15-second music jingle in Mugithi style. We have a style of music called Mugithi. And you give it to this engine, and it actually generates it for you, original, so that you can actually use it across all your assets. So that is one. And they have another called Music Gen that can then do longer formats of that. So hopefully we get these things fully democratized. Beautiful use cases. On day 2, we talked about utility, that we all have fantastic handsets that could have probably put a man on the moon, but you don't use them for much. You've just seen an example of a company that is reaching over 3 million students across Africa. Many of us are stuck in markets where you're saying, I'm in Kenya, I'm in Namibia, I'm in Zambia, and you think that is your universe. But you can see with technology, you can actually be a Pan-African country from wherever you are. So I hope we are inspired by that, and we'll continue engaging on this at depth. Kibandi, what's up next?
Thank you, Mbugwa. I'm happy you've talked about Mugithi because have you ever heard of a famous Congolese singer called Alus Mabele?
Arus Mabele. Probably those in this room your bones have already done a thing, you know.
Anybody know about Alus Mabele? Yeah? All right. I will tell you why I have talked about that. So anyway, that's on a lighter note. Imagine zero-rated online access, right? Imagine free roaming across all
Across
Africa.
one Africa.
Yes, across one Africa. Imagine mobile money that you can use across Africa. That's the conversation that we're about to dive in. All things telecommunications, connectivity, and innovation. And the first keynote is related to the fun fact that I earlier mentioned. So he's the research officer at Afralty, championing affordable internet for all, a key brain behind Kenya's leap into dynamic spectrum access, launching Kenya's first certificate in dynamic spectrum access. I know that's a whole load, dynamic spectrum access. He will tell us all about this spectrum thing. Connect to Recover initiative. He has presented research on building digital inclusion for rural counties in Kenya as part of the ITU's Connect to Recover program. A key force working alongside the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy to drive the country's digital innovation agenda, serving as the tech lead in Africa in the N50 project. At iLab, he's driving innovative projects in smart farming, smart health, and smart water systems, using IoT technology to tackle real challenges and make a real difference in people's life. Now, his name is Leonard Mabele, and I would love for him, on a lighter note, to let us know whether he is related to the famous Leonard Mabele. So with a round of applause, please welcome Leonard Mabele.
Okay. Oh, it works when you get on the stage. Okay, that's really good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. Yeah, I wish I was related to Alus Mabele. Sadly, I'm not. But the story behind it, for all those, the Gen X and the boomers in the room, you definitely remember Alus Mabele. And I imagine places you hang out, you listen to Alus Mabele at some point. So Alus Mabele was a famous Congolese singer who died, I think, 3 years ago. And my dad was a real fan of School Stars. So School Stars was made up of various artists from Congo, from DR Congo. And part of them, I think there was Yondo Sister, some of them may know that. We also had Nene Chaku, some of you may know that. And other artists. And Alus Mabele was also part of the School Stars. So for the love of music, eventually my dad ended up giving me the name Mabele. So that's where it's coming from. So if she was right saying Alus Mabele, I wish we were related, but that's the genesis of the name. Okay, great to be here. Some of what has been mentioned alludes to things I've done before, and some of what has been mentioned is work that's going now. And I'm happy to take the stage now, particularly because all these conversations we've been having on AI, on data science, on cybersecurity, all of that can only exist when we have connectivity, when we have meaningful connectivity. Without meaningful access, I think we won't be here, even all of us. We know somehow there's an email that was sent, there was a text or WhatsApp message that reached some of us to be here, and many other forms of communication platforms that were used to get us here. All of that was being made possible because of connectivity. And I appreciate the amazing work that Meta is doing in terms of AI, and again, without meaningful connectivity, that's not going to happen. And so I'm happy to be the first speaker picking up on this subject of telecommunications and connectivity. And I'm going to be covering building the backbone. Maybe just a very brief presentation because I think we ran out of time. But as a background of Afralty, so Afralty in full means the African Advanced Level Telecommunications Institute. So I'm coming to my second year at Afralty, and I still feel Afralty, the African Advanced Level Telecommunications, is quite a mouthful. So what we normally do is just have Afralty for short. And what you see up here is just the member states that constitute AFRALTI. So AFRALTI is a Pan-African organization that has existed close to the years I have now. And its founding was with the International Telecommunications Union and various regulators across Africa, trying to have a single go-to organization that would build capacity for them. And that's hence how AFRALTI was formed. So at the moment, all these yellow dots you're seeing, these are member states that form up. There are about 10 countries in Africa at this point. But of course, other member countries are adding on as AFRALTI evolves and grows. Yeah, so internet access is at the heart of Africa's digital growth and innovation. And that's something that I would like all of us to relate to. The demand for internet access at this point in time has completely soaring every day. In case for some of you who have not taken time to think about this, Africa's population is just about to pass China's population. So China is the country with the largest population in the world. I guess sometimes I think it's India, but most of the time they say China. I actually think it's India. But the total population of India, or the total population of China, at this point in time is just a few people above the population of Africa as a whole. And with that, what does that mean? We also form the youngest generation on the planet, which means there's a rapid usage of smartphones, and everyone is buying. I mean, you hang around what Mercy was saying earlier. Most of the social media users are young population. They are the youth, and they're using smartphones more than the earlier generations. So with that comes the demand of internet access. You have to think about it from that point of view. And as we look at that, there's an interesting perspective. Digital divide still persists. I just want to do a quick question in here. How many of us are using a feature phone in this room? You have a feature phone. You do not have a smartphone. Who in this room, I think with the organizers, we need to think a way of probably rewarding them for having that. But who in this room is using a feature phone? You have a Mulika Muizoi or a phone, Nokia 311 or something like that. Nokia 2560 or... Clearly no one. It speaks onto the capacity of internet we are all asking for and getting to use every day. But fun fact, we form a very small population of this country. In my earlier studies, I just realized, and this is coming from the statistics that came from recently from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, that 69% of us live in the rural areas. That speaks something. So if Kenya is 55 million people, think about 69%. 69% of that 55 million is in the rural areas, where access is a challenge. So as we say young people are adopting smartphones and using, and all of us getting the capacity of using the internet, there is clearly another challenge of digital divide that continually persists that we have to find a way of addressing. And the funny, interesting thing is, as we think about this challenge of digital divide, it's just hard to find harmonized data sets that can clearly tell us how unserved, underserved, or completely not even having power we are. And that presents another gap. The less the data we have, the harder it's going to address connectivity. And this is just not about Kenya, it also goes to Africa. So I'm just going to pick different countries here. And as you look at this map I just extracted the latest data from KNBS, which, by the way, is always given in PDF. Anyone from KNBS? I had to translate that to a spreadsheet to be able to build this sort of demo map. But anyone from KNBS in the room? Your data is always coming in PDFs. I think that's a problem. We'll deal with that at some other point. But this map I just created to give different perspectives in the room, for some of us to also relate with some facts. So Marsabit County is the largest county in Kenya. It's about 66,000 square kilometers, slightly above. The population in Marsabit is 515,000 people. Marsabit County is larger than the Netherlands. The Maketa map is always lying to us, so get those facts right. Marsabit County is larger than the Netherlands as a country. Within Marsabit County, there's a constituency in there called North Horr. North Horr is actually larger than the Western Province, the former Western Province. So it speaks on to the geography of our country to think about when we think about the variables and data sets that can get us realizing the meaningful connectivity, and also the connectivity that's very contextual. Now, as you look at that, I've got just to mention that 70% of our population is in the rural. The interesting part about Kenya, and this is a problem, this is the thing I like about us, and it's always very interesting for us to gather like this. 80% of our land is arid and semi-arid. So Tanzania can argue with us. Uganda can argue with us. But we don't have as much fertile land as they do. 80% of our land is semi-arid and semi-arid. So where is Kenya's asset? Us. The president has said that before, but I think with facts right now, with different data sets, we can start relating to some of these variables. So mobile access, and I put that in 4G, I put that in red. Mobile access, when you talk to mobile network operators, you always say we are like 90%, 95%, but we don't have the right facts. No one gives us that data to really know. If you go, and I recently tried this, I went to places in Taita Taveta, I couldn't just get a good 4G connection. So that speaks to the digital divide. You know, places, lack of data sets are hard to inform us how unserved or underserved we are. So affordability remains a major challenge with the rural counties. And you realize 69% being rural, then there are issues of low income, there are issues of digital skills, there are other issues that are related to this, that then eventually affordability is a challenge. So we are enjoying smartphones here because feature phone. But immediately we step somewhere in Kakamega, the dynamics shift. Immediately we step somewhere in Homa Bay, the dynamics shift. We are dealing with people with feature phones who are not having this luxury we are having. They are combating affordability and other issues of coverage that we need to address. And even as we think about that, I've seen Gearbox around. Is anyone from Gearbox in the room? iLab Africa in the room? iHub? Any digital hub in the room? Okay, I'm unlucky right now, but I know most of the digital hubs are in the urban centers. So we are not reaching the 69% of the country. We are not exploiting our potential. Just basically, let's think about from that point of view. And this leads me to this. And these data sets I've converted them in Excel, in spreadsheets, and I always just upload them online to some open website that I can always provide to some of those who might be required to do this. So recently, I did something extra, and because Afralty is Pan-African, right? So I did something extra. I bought data from GSMA. So I bought this data for Nigeria from GSMA. And what I was trying to look at is 2G coverage across the whole country of Nigeria, 3G coverage, 4G coverage as well. And the last data that was submitted by mobile network operators to GSMA was in 2022, which means, and I bought this data in early January 2025. So the last data sets to be submitted to GSMA by operators in Nigeria was in 2022, which means there's also lack of data sets even in Nigeria to address connectivity. Of course, if you look at the 2G coverage and 4G coverage, you can sort of tell the differences immediately. So you see the northeastern part of Nigeria is just underserved in terms of 4G coverage. 2G, very well covered. 4G, which in this case, I'm using 4G because ITU's definition of meaningful access is 4G-like speeds. So 4G coverage is pretty spotty in the northeast. But looking at that, it also speaks on to other issues. You know, rural innovation is not picking up at such places, and also challenges of lack of digital skills to be able to make value out of the meaningful connectivity, or even have meaningful connectivity delivered to such areas. And so it brings me to this slide, which I think is probably my favorite slide, and it's good that I'm bringing it up since just after Meta has done a presentation. I don't think there's AI without data. That's not going to happen. But I'll tell you something very interesting about AI in Africa. Most of the data sets we are using to do machine learning, it's sad, but it's true. It's very interesting that we get free data sets from other countries that publish them. So here, I've picked some of those places. Up there is the census.gov website from the US. I go to that website, I can find population per each state in the US. I can find power data in the US. I can find street data sets from the US as well. And as many data sets as I can. You go to Data and Maps, you are able to download that and completely get different data sets. But in the country, here, I don't think that's the case. But we'll come to that shortly. It comes to Ofcom. So Ofcom is the UK regulator. So Ofcom does something very interesting as well. So they publish data sets for research under the research statistics and data. When you go here and search, you can find data sets including coverage across the country, frequency bands assigned for different services in the country. And I think that's very interesting because it enables us to realize how the data-driven approach to delivering connectivity. So why am I bringing this up? Because you can see to the left what data can do to us. If we know our population, we can strategize how to connect it. If we know our population distribution, we can again become strategic in terms of how we deliver access alternatives to them. We can tell what areas are served, what areas are still unserved, what areas are underserved. It's quite hard to tell that. Most of the time you just pick different references from different researchers, but it's very hard to actually have a go-to source that you feel is credible enough. And then we can also tell the access technologies available. So if we go to Taita Taveta, we'll know, okay, fine, here there's fiber. Here we do have microwave links we can leverage. Here these guys can actually enjoy a better connection on satellite. But with lack of data sets, we cannot get there. And then we can also tell the extent of fiber coverage, and I'm coming to that shortly. We can also realize, get to understand what is the coverage, the extent of coverage gap, and what is the extent of usage gap. So this comes down there. Even the levels of digital skills. So this is very key in terms of understanding the data sets that we can access to be able to drive meaningful connectivity. Then I went to a Japanese website here. Again, they try, this is an old 2023, where it's kind of on the, it's a website screenshot, so clearly when you go in, you can download as many data sets as possible, if you want to, alongside publications and graphs that show different kind of trends on connectivity, etc., and trends on innovation as well, not only for Japan, but also globally. And then you come to Kenya. And I like what Communications Authority is doing here. So Communications Authority have this amazing digital repository. You go in there, you can read as many new policies that have come up, as many developments that are happening on digital access. But they just give you that in documents. So for researchers who want to really look at the data set across the country on connectivity, then CA is not the place to go to. Now, you come to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. This is where I start having a problem. They do have this portal that it's supposed to give like trends and provide like, kind of graphs, etc., but just doesn't work. What I mean is this. Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, we understand. You're also very busy. But there are researchers and innovators out there that if they access this kind of data, they would work with you differently. And there are various deep enterprises in the room that would actually make this differently if we collaborated. So we can tell. And by the way, it's a request. It's a request that I think some of the data sets from KNBS will be better and more valuable provided in spreadsheets, or provided in any format that can be put on a map, as opposed to just reports in a PDF. I don't think for a data-driven ecosystem that can deliver meaningful access and data-driven decision-making for the country, this is helping. So a different approach is probably needed here. Now we move to UNESCO. So this is again a screenshot I pulled from UNESCO. So UNESCO have a very interesting initiative here called Open Data. So it's helping UNESCO do a number of things. One, track challenges like disaster management, weather forecasting, etc., etc. And this is being made available again, publicly. You can understand why, of course, UNESCO. And then I move to this new initiative that ITU is doing. I know most of you may be familiar with this already. So this is a map I picked from GIGA, and the source down there. So you understand GIGA is an initiative by the ITU to connect every school on earth to the internet. If countries, and in this case I'm referring to countries within the member states of AFRALTI, because those 10 countries become priority for AFRALTI. Those countries, at this point in time, it's quite hard to actually tell, to the extent how many schools they have in different geographies. How many of them are connected? How many of them even have power? If that's an issue, ATU is going to have an issue, because ATU won't have the sufficient data around connectivity for such schools. And then the issue will come here, because the GIGA project will start struggling with the same. So some of this is probably collected so far by different, primarily by different groups that are on the ground, but I think better work can be done here in terms of making sure that the data around this is made available. Now, coming to this. So most of you may be familiar with this sort of architecture. So this is common network deployments that we get to experience on a daily basis. You'll have a Wi-Fi, you'll have a fiber link somewhere, provides a backhaul, you have a microwave link somewhere, giving a connection to another area node or an anchor institution, that then from the anchor institution, if that's a point of presence, connectivity is spread to other people. And this ecosystem can function better when data is brought on board. So, optical fiber comes in. Why? This is the backhaul of the connectivity, just coming from this slide. This is pretty much a deployment ecosystem that you can find in any locality, a school, or you can find even within this hotel or this entire Diani area. For the connectivity to get to the best level, we definitely have to rely on a better backhaul infrastructure. So fiber is a very key connectivity component in terms of access across any country. Anyway, so if we are looking at building the backbone, that's where we begin. And part of beginning there means we have to understand to what extent has fiber covered our country, okay? So I'm moving off from this slide because all of us understand how much significant fiber is for our for our country. Not only for our country, but for Africa. So I took this picture just right outside here to be able to have this conversation with you. So this picture here shows, and it's very well done by the ICT Authority working with Huawei, and it's showing the different nodes of fiber across the country, coming all the way from Mombasa, going all the way to northeastern Mandera, going all the way to Turkana. And then I extracted this part of Mandera just to create context again. The Mandera, as a county, to let all of you just relate to it, is off-grid. Mandera is not currently connected to power. It's not currently connected on grid. But you can see the extent to which fiber connectivity goes through it. Now, I am not so sure how this, or if this is really being usable now, or it's dark, or there is some form of clear approach of how that fiber is being meaningful in that county. But I come to this one because I'm trying to understand that connectivity now from Kenya moving over to Africa. So if you move to Africa again, you see you have very interesting map that's coming out down here from one of the operators and shows 100,000 kilometers of fiber network has covered the country, 14 countries in Africa. And this is a very good map. It looks very nice because it shows how many countries in Africa are really accessing fiber as a point of bringing meaningful connectivity or beginning to bring the core network back to all these different countries. But the question is, how reliable is this and why are we still having this? Last year, we had a chance, and you probably have heard that mentioned in one of the introductions. We had a chance to work with Huawei, and we were addressing some of the challenges that we faced when we were looking at COVID-19 connectivity ecosystem. So we went to Kakamega and realized quite a number of schools on the main road and a number of healthcare facilities were totally offline. But the interesting thing is they are actually on fiber. Now, that sort of fiber that's not being used, that's not lit, is what we call dark fiber. So as I go back these two slides, just to create context again, is when you look at this, how much of this is usable? So this is contextual for Kenya. And how many variables of this data are we familiar with that if I was at this school, I'm like, but I know there's fiber here, so I just need to talk to Liquid Telecom. I need to talk to Safaricom. But when you do not know, and you have this beautiful map that's showing this, you might imagine that the places are all covered, but there's completely a piece that's missing. And we publish a very interesting paper here called Rebuilding Kenya's Role in Internet Access from the COVID-19 Pandemic that alludes to some of these things. And why I'm giving props to Huawei is because post these studies, we ended up delivering connectivity for 2 TVETs in Kakamega and 1 healthcare facility in Kakamega. So where do we go from here? So we think, and that's why the conversation, so tying all these notes together, I think the way we use data has to be rethought. We have to rethink the way data is being used to deliver connectivity. And part of that is making part of the fiber data open, or making the whole fiber infrastructure data open. Now, we think making that happen can be able to enable us innovate. Why? As we look at these maps, and I'll keep coming back to them, there's a chance that part of this infrastructure is actually duplicated. Liquid Telecom has a network, Safaricom has a network, West has a network, but they're not serving people some places. But if we share that data, we will know how to innovate. And then, one thing else, we will know how to collaborate. So how do we connect underserved communities? Who's where, who's so close to deliver that collaboration for access? Maybe Safaricom working with a last mile access ISP, like a community network, can be able to pick this up and then deliver access to the communities that are at the last mile. So that can help in that kind of efficient collaboration. And then it can improve decision making. I think the government is maybe struggling with this as well, and I'm happy that the PS is in the room. That because you really do not know the extent of fiber and you do not have the best data sets around fiber, it's hard to decide how you need to connect schools or who is actually the best person to deliver to the last mile, or how that model needs to work between a last mile access ISP and a middle mile operator. And that can help make decisions quickly when we have that data and understand it better. Also, it can help in data-driven policy. So when you do not know the extent of infrastructure, then you're making assumptions. So your policy is probably punishing people instead of enabling because you still don't have the data of how that looks. So that's the idea of me looking at connectivity and data and bringing all these slides to this end, to which I think a roadmap like this might be very effective for our country. which in this case, we can begin having stakeholders thinking about open standards or shared data infrastructure, particularly on fiber infrastructure, and other connectivities as well, or other access technologies as well. And then also figure out methods of understanding shareable data sets. What data can we share? What data can't we share? As I say this, I definitely am cognizant of the developments open of the Office of the Data Protection, because I've been privileged to work with part of the team that developed the first strategy of that office. And it's so clear that you cannot share all the data, but is there a way we can share the data we can share some data sets to know how we can collaborate or to know how to effectively deliver meaningful access for the country. And some of these data sets can include location data, technical data, administrative data, other data sets that make sense. This is just being laid from my point of view and other point of view of other people who've been doing work on this kind of developments. But I think the more we have conversations, the more we read, we figure out the best way to do this going forward. And then after that, we can explore data sharing possibilities. What ways should we share? How can we share? How can we ensure security even as we share the data? And get to the level of what you're talking about in terms of meaningful access. And then bottom line, we arrive at a consensus. So this consensus then helps us know how to deliver meaningful access of a data-driven connectivity ecosystem for the country. And I think that's the conversation we're going to be having in the next panel. So I don't want to take much time on that one. This is my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabele. As my co-pilot Kibandi gives you your gift, and as you also take time for the photo op, Mabele pointed a strong narrative on size, and he talked about when you look at these counties and you think of them in relation to other African or other global states, just how minimized sometimes we are. And I don't know how many of us have seen the African version of his narrative. Have you seen it? That the atlases have been lying to us in terms of how big we are as a continent. That if you actually and truly took the rest of the world, most of it would fit within Africa. But the atlas that you've been trained on, the atlas that you studied in geography, has painted a narrative that Africa is this small continent somewhere, almost in some backwater. The digital divide, as Mabele posed to us, we are probably the 0.05%, right? Again, with some Swahili, when you say feature phone, most of us in this room, if you had one, you'd be hiding it. And feature in Kiswahili, if you just put it as a direct translation, is hide. Because everyone, when you go for lunch, allow me to use the podium. When you go for lunch, what happens most of the time? Everyone puts their phone on the table. So I'm sure, yesterday I saw one of those foldable ones that go for the cost of a small car. And you put it there. And someone else puts their iPhone this, their Android version this there. You and your feature phone, you feature it. Because it doesn't sit well with where you're at. It's a funny anecdote, but it's truthful in the sense that when you talk about the digital divide, that's exactly it. Even as you're pushing, I know yesterday we had a presentation from Safaricom that spoke to how they're trying to drive accessibility to smart enough devices, because you bring connectivity, but you must also bring utility and the point of consumption of that. At the first booth, as you enter from the registration, there's a fantastic setup. I think it's by the Huawei team and a government organization. And I saw that you cannot talk about connectivity and not talk about energy or electricity. And in one of those, they actually told me, you see this part of Kenya, Kisumu, we can tell that there's no power. Why? Because there's no power in this area, there are 14 access points that are giving free government Wi-Fi connectivity in markets, schools, etc., that have gone dark. So even as you talk about the digital divide, we must look at it from that context of the pipe itself and also the enablers like electricity. As we get to our last session, which my colleague Kibandi will introduce, I had an interesting conversation with the chair of the Internet Service Provider Association of Kenya. And I think it is interesting. Is he in the room, by the way? I just think it's important to mention what he told me, and because I've taken notes of it and said it's important that it's heard. And it speaks to what Mabele said about us coming together. And he said, you know, when the COVID-19 pandemic hit and the world shut down, ISPAC, and not the big telcos or the big ISPs, we didn't wait for instructions, we didn't wait for applause. We connected this country. We went to schools, went to homes, went to churches, and when others paused, they acted. And they believe that they form a critical part of this country's backbone, but they face unnecessary challenges at the county level. And when we talk about county level, I'd like us to extrapolate this to the rest of Africa. And he says, where bylaws do not align with national goals, where policies that don't add value slow down growth. And he spoke to this about, getting access waivers, or you need to dig fiber or do interesting things like that. Every county seems to be asking for fees for this, fees for that, to just cross county boundaries. So as we talk about connectivity and digital transformation, let us not forget those policy things. And I'm glad that the chair for Kenya's particular task force is here. Let us look at how we can address that and help the smaller players also get access, because they are truly and honestly the last mile in some of these areas where other people see no value. Kibandi.
Thank you, Mbuga, for that. And just before I call on the next speaker, we have one more keynote, and then the panel discussion will be coming through. I'd like to recognize the presence of our PS, Engineer John Tanui. Welcome. So to continue with this conversation, we have the Director of Enterprise Solutions, Wholesale and Career, Safaricom PLC, a visionary leader with extensive experience across sub-Saharan Africa's telco sector, pioneer of Kenya's first mobile virtual network operator, Equitel, which earned Airtel the Best Wholesale Operator Award at the 2015 MVNO World Congress. A fun fact about him is that he's actually fluent in French. Karibu sana. I wish I knew how to say that in French, but I don't, but you will teach me maybe. Karibu sana. Round of applause for him.
Welcome.
Thank you. I think it is Leonard they called Alus Mabele. And I came dressed like Alus Mabele. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on the already established protocols. Good morning. Good morning once again. First, I want to pay tribute to my grandfather. He's the one who introduced me to the wonderful county and people of Mombasa many years ago. He spent most of his productive years in this county, working for 36 years with the Kenya Ports Authority between the years 1950 and 1986. A county which has become the nerve center and really the entry point to the continent in many ways. And the map that you see here shows you the many sea cables that cut across the east, the south, the north, and the west of the African continent. On your left, no, actually to your right, then you'll see the cables that are coming into Kenya, landing through Mombasa, over 6 cables that have landed on our shore here, including of recent, the 2 Africa cable, which is actually the largest undersea project in the world, touching 26 countries across Africa, Asia, Middle East actually, and Europe. And it is estimated that the To Africa cable will impact over 3 billion people across the world, which is about 36% of the global population. We also anticipate that there will be about 3 more cable landings that will touch the continent through Mombasa over the next 6 or so years. So by the year 2030, we expect another 3 or more cables will be touching the shores of Mombasa. What is driving these cables that are coming onto the continent and into Kenya? I think many of you may recall the year 2009. It was in June 2009 when the first undersea cable actually touched the shores of Mombasa, the Thames undersea cable, promising future-proof capacity to the continent. Hitherto, a lot of the connectivity that was coming to the country was through satellite connectivity. And so a lot of the data at the time was really, really analog, which means it was not efficient, speeds were very slow. But come 2009, and we have the first undersea cable coming into the country, which guaranteed future-proof capacity and began to power industries because of that guarantee of very good speeds, very high speeds, and very high capacities coming onto the continent. Driving this is a youthful population. It is said that the African population, which is a natively digital population, has a median age of about 20 years. So we are truly a young, youthful continent. Number 2 is the growing access to smartphones, data-heavy services, including gaming and streaming, that are driving consumption of data. And then we have digital services, whether it's cloud, big data, artificial intelligence, and most recently we are seeing the foray of hyperscalers that are coming into the country, whether it's the Amazons, the Oracles, as they bring their content closer to the users to improve that user experience. It is actually estimated that the utilization of our data centers by the year 2030 will have grown from about 35% today to about 60%. And about 21% of this demand is going to be driven by the hyperscalers that are coming into East Africa. This capacity that is coming through these cables does not reside at the shore. It then has to be evacuated into the country. And that is what my friend Leonard was talking about when he was showing the map and the fiber infrastructure that we have across the country, because this is the fiber infrastructure that helps us to take that capacity, bring it inland, and then evacuate it into neighboring countries so that we are able then to see businesses connected, people connected, communities, societies, and governments, creating jobs and stimulating growth across industries, whether it is in education, health, e-commerce, agriculture, digital citizen services, smart grids when it comes to power, as well as traffic systems. The big question then becomes, how are we building this fiber infrastructure? On my way here on Monday, I was very privileged to use the Dongo Kundu Southern Bypass. I'm told it's about 1.4 kilometers. What they call there's that bridge on it that I'm told is about the Mteza Bridge, which is about 1.4 kilometers and a key feature of that bypass. There's a gentleman that accompanied me called Joseph. And as we were crossing that bridge, he lamented that as a result of that southern bypass opening up, a lot of business is evacuating from the north to the south. And naturally, I sympathized with the gentleman. But I was thinking something different. I was thinking about efficiency. The efficiency that this infrastructure has actually brought to the county of Mombasa. And then I took a step back and I asked myself, when you have this kind of infrastructure, and it's not just talking about roads, it's the rails, it's the bridges, it's electricity, How do we view this infrastructure, especially critical infrastructure? And for me, critical infrastructure is actually a societal asset. And it has to be looked at as a societal asset because people rely on this infrastructure throughout the day, as we go to sleep at night, and even through the night. This infrastructure is at use. The map of Kenya there is not by accident. It's because when you talk about critical infrastructure as a societal asset, as interconnected and ubiquitous as it is, and we begin to think of then how this critical infrastructure is supposed to be there to power societies and communities, businesses, governments, then we begin to ask ourselves how we are building and deploying this infrastructure and whether it's really serving that purpose. Today, when we look at the way we are deploying fiber infrastructure across the country and across the continent, a lot of the fiber is built by the private sector, and so everybody is building their own fiber. Now imagine if every home and homestead had to build their own road. The entire country would be covered by roads, and it would be pitch dark, the way you are seeing that map of Kenya there. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that is the way we are building our fiber infrastructure today. The question is how we got here. How did we get here? So privatization and liberalization push in the 90s was driven by the need for innovation and efficiency. Telecommunication services were hitherto provided by state-owned monopolies, and through sectoral regulations, competition set in, prices fell, consumers had choice. Competition was both at the infrastructure level as well as at the services level, and it worked for that period. Fixed networks were rolled out, mobile networks emerged, and we look across the continent, you'll see that most countries succeeded in building at least 2, 3, or 4 successful mobile networks. It was even possible to see infrastructure sharing as a giving of new entrants an easy pass. This is how we got here. Today, however, when we look at the heavy costs of building infrastructure, whether it's fiber or 5G networks, this model is no longer sustainable. We also face wars, famine, pandemics, climate change, and a waning confidence in the global economy, which are all heaping pressure on this critical infrastructure. Developing countries across the world have to grapple with inadequate infrastructure, and Leonard spoke to that, and lack of investment funds, further widening that infrastructure gap. And this does call for a rethink. It is a growing case, therefore, that infrastructure sharing and core investment models will offer greater benefits at lower costs than the solitary deployments that I spoke about that are turning the map of Kenya pitch dark. When you look at the available infrastructure sharing models that the different operators and players can potentially use, we classify them in about 4 or so categories. But first we look at what is involved in infrastructure sharing. There is the infrastructure owner. You have the infrastructure seeker, that is the player or entity that seeks to use your infrastructure. There are commercial agreements that are involved, and there are also the components that will be involved in the sharing agreement, because different components of an infrastructure can be shared. And so we begin with the simplest model, which is what we call the passive infrastructure sharing. And this is where players will share towers, whether it's mobile towers, ducts, whether it's physical security, premises, just so that they're able to benefit from economies of scale and avail this infrastructure to other players that seek to come and offer their services. But as it gets a little more complex, then we get into what we call active infrastructure sharing, where you now begin to share active components on the network, whether it is switches, routers, spectrum. It's very interesting that she alluded to the MVNO framework, the Mobile Network Virtual Operator Framework for the country. Because one of the things that our regulator observed at the time was that even the spectrum that is given to the different players to offer their services is actually a limited resource. And the regulator cannot potentially award a spectrum license to every new player that wants to come into the country. It is also the case that when you have a country where you have 3, 4, or 5 mobile operators, you will have a situation where many of them will have a lot of deployed capacity that they're not sweating. And infrastructure sharing models allow them to bring in operators that ride on that infrastructure. And in so doing, then they're able to sweat that deployed capacity a lot more efficiently. Then we talk about one-way infrastructure sharing, which is really one operator serving many players at the same time who come to lease available infrastructure, whether it is last mile or backhauls, to be able to serve their end customers, as well as reciprocal infrastructure sharing, where an entity like Safaricom or Vodacom or even Airtel would look at our footprint across the continent and then talk to another operator in the continent that is serving geographies that we are not serving. And then we come into some sort of a partnership that allows us to extend our network and infrastructure to those unserved markets by getting into those kinds of agreements that help us to reciprocate one with the other. These models are in existence today, and they do work. In the most advanced cases, then some players also do what they call joint ventures, where they come together and they set up an entity to roll out infrastructure, whether it's in new markets or new technologies, for the purposes of, again, driving digital infrastructure. What we're also seeing of recent is a growing case of cross-sectoral infrastructure sharing, thanks to the regulator and the ministry, where utility companies like power companies are actually now availing excess capacity that is on their transmission lines for use by data companies to serve customers. And sometimes this becomes a very sustainable model because it helps you to go deep and serve underserved areas where you may not be able to reach with your traditional way of rolling out your infrastructure. But as long as the power cables are there, then you're able to leverage the capacity that's available on those cables to be able to deliver connectivity to those areas. It is therefore to say that there is an overall positive impact to infrastructure sharing. According to the body of European regulators for electronic communication, capital expenditure and operational costs can reduce by 45% and 33% respectively when we share our infrastructure. Industry costs are lower when infrastructure is not duplicated, ultimately leading to lower total cost of ownership, which is something that we're always looking at when we're looking at the bottom line, and therefore reduced prices to the consumers. And there are many other adjacent benefits to infrastructure sharing, whether it is increased and faster network coverage, from the sharing of the cost savings, and this could potentially be another avenue that drives the agenda of the regulator around the Universal Service Fund, which is aimed at serving the underserved areas. By encouraging infrastructure sharing, the cost efficiencies that come with that can actually accelerate that agenda. As well as environmental benefits, because you minimize duplication, excavations, as well as emissions. The challenge, I think, for the regulator, therefore, is to create the right regulatory framework to maximize benefits and minimize downsides. This will include offering incentives at the national level, setting quality of service parameters, ensuring fair pricing, and monitoring anti-competitive practices. At a regional level, where different regulatory frameworks present in each country, then regulators can work together under the regional integration agenda towards harmonized policies, regulations, and governance. Indeed, I am told that COMESA, Regional Optical Fiber Regulatory Framework and Policy, already advocates for acceleration of fiber-based broadband deployment to improve internet access by supporting infrastructure sharing. At Safaricom, we believe strongly that regional collaboration and policy alignment are essential to unlocking the full potential of digital connectivity. By working together with governments, regulators, and industry peers, we can foster an open, interoperable ecosystem that drives inclusive, innovative, and a globally competitive Africa. In closing, therefore, here, my friend, Wana PS, supporters, as I urge all the stakeholders to see our telecommunications infrastructure as a critical societal asset. Digital transformation is indeed about creating opportunity, connection, and dignity for every African. Ladies and gentlemen, with those remarks, it has been a pleasure connecting with each one of you at the 14th installment of Connected Africa. Good morning.
Merci, merci, Monsieur Bernard. Très magnifique présentation.
De rien, de rien.
As my colleague
You want us to?
hands over his gift and the photos, I'd love to recognize the presence of Honorable Joan Carrier, MP Dagoretti, South, Chairperson of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation. Karibu sana. I'd also love to recognize the presence of the Data Commissioner, Ma'am Immaculate Kasait. Karibu sana. I'm not going to take much of your time. Time is really moving really fast, but the next panel discussion is driving the last mile access, harnessing complementary access networks and innovative spectrum strategies. And to moderate this panel is the CEO and convener of Kictanet. I don't know what convener means. I know what CEO means, but maybe she's going to tell us. A seasoned ICT policy expert with over 20 years of experience in digital rights, governance, and public interest tech, shaping policies that connect people, protect rights, and promote inclusive innovation. A strong advocate for open internet governance and citizen-centered digital development, leading platforms like Kenya Internet Governance Forum, KE-IGF. And a fun fact is that she's a host of Take on Tech. Hey, Take on Tech, all right? That's a weekly show demystifying digital issues for the public. I think that's a good one because a lot of us don't know what's happening around the digital space within the Kenyan ecosystem. It's done at KBC. Yes, maybe you'll tell us more about it if time allows. Please, with a round of applause, welcome Dr. Grace Githaiga. You have 40 minutes.
Please, may I have my panelists joining me? Obam, Leo, Kivuva, please come to the stage. As you can see, we are already 2 hours late. We were supposed to have this panel at 9:10. Actually, some of us didn't even enjoy breakfast because we were rushing to be here on time. But like they say, Africans never waste time. They create time. That's not me. It's, if you want to see, there's somebody called Professor John Beatty. He has written a book about the African concept of time, that we don't have the future, we only have the present. We don't have the past, we only have the present, and that our time is not mathematical, that it happens when we have a quorum. So now we have a quorum. So we have time, we've created time, we are going to start shortly. So I would like to welcome my panelists, and what I'll do, I will not, because we are still going to be, we only have 40 minutes, and I am very strict in keeping time. Already the timer is there. So this session, we are going to be delving deeper into issues of what are the strategies around closing the connectivity gap in underserved areas. How can last mile access be enabled through complementary networks, and how can public-private partnerships and regional collaboration expand reach and affordability? And I'm going to ask my panelists to each introduce themselves in 1 minute, starting with Obam now.
Thank you, Gigi. My name is Daniel Obam. I'm a special advisor on policy and regulatory affairs for Huawei in Africa, where I provide the company advice on digital transformation policies, strategies, and I also advise the company on future spectrum strategies that will drive the evolution of mobile connectivity in the continent. I also run, I'm a consultant, I run a consulting company called Convergent, which also focuses on policies, and strategies, and regulatory affairs across the world. Thank you. And maybe still have a minute just to say that it's good to be back in the great county of Kwale, where Connected belongs. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is it okay? Okay, thank you. Yeah, Leo Barwet is my name. I am director for Universal Service Fund in the Communication Authority of Kenya. Communication Authority of Kenya is the ICT regulator. We are responsible for licensing players in the ICT sector. We license telecommunication, broadcasting, and postal and courier. We also manage the resources. Here we are talking about frequency spectrum. We're also talking about numbering resources. We also deal with issues of competition in partnership with Competition Authority of Kenya. We're also responsible for consumer protection issues, cyber security issues, and for this particular panel, we also administer the Universal Service Fund. Yeah, so for me, it's a privilege to be part of this panel. Thank you.
So once again, my name is Leonard Mabele, and I spearhead the research and innovation at the African Advanced Level Telecommunications Institute, AFRALTI for short. key pillars for us is, of course, connectivity and internet access, and of course the emerging technologies, which is a combination of Internet of Things and artificial intelligence.
So my name is Mwendwa Kivuva from Kiktanet, and at Kiktanet I spearhead tech policy, and Kiktanet is known for research, convening, multi-stakeholder convening, and capacity building on IT policy issues within Africa.
Okay, thanks a lot. I think we'll come to Leonard because you framed this conversation. And so I just want you to please tell us what innovative network architectures are most effective for serving low-density, underserved areas, and what role should community ownership play in last-mile connectivity solutions? And you have 4 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you very much, moderator. I think speaking on to just following up to my presentation, we would agree that the conversation of last-mile internet access needs to be amplified more than it's happening now. And of course, appreciating that there are efforts that have been looking to that. And some of that, I think, was presented earlier by Safaricom. Some of that have been presented in different contexts. But just to give a particular unique, maybe one special case is, so last year we hosted a national convening in Naivasha. And we were working on establishing sort of as a strategy for connectivity, for community-centered connectivity. And one of the things that came in the room to one of the community network service providers from Homa Bay was, for quite some time, they've always done Wi-Fi networks where they put these 5 gigahertz links, being able to reach schools, being able to support public communities within the Homa Bay sub-county. I mean, Homa Bay County, but the business sub-county in Homa Bay, anyway. And he said that when they go to places, particularly where the terrain is just a bit steeper, or there's sort of a lot of forest coverage, the connectivity falls off, and that's on the last mile. And speaking to that, I know most of us, or some of us, but I think most of us really have a village we come from. I'm not sure when was the last time you visited our villages, but that dynamic is so true, that there are places that forest coverage becomes a hindrance to the current connectivity that exists. There are places that because you are very far from the main road, you don't get to have the best mobile connection. And can be both mobile connection on voice and data. And there are places where, even as a hospital, you do not have access to fiber infrastructure. So thinking through all those dynamics, it means we have to be innovative. Now, one thing that I like about a particular, this was written by the current Microsoft CEO, Satya Nadella, in his book called Hit Refresh. He says something in there that I think all of us can relate to when we leave this summit, that disruption does not respect tradition. And I think that's very profound in the sense that the companies we knew long ago are no longer here because some new companies have come up. Of course, some have evolved because they kept up with disruption. And I think that same thinking can be brought to the last mile internet access conversation. How? By looking at the traditional technologies that have lived over time for access. Are they delivering meaningful access? And I keep referring to meaningful access as what the IT, I like IT used, actually it's affordable for internet access that has the F4AI's definition of meaningful internet access, like a 4G-like connection. Depending on spectrum, 4G-like connection will mean you are literally having maybe 100 Mbps or 50 Mbps, depending on what spectrum you're using. But Alliance for Affordable Internet Access thinks 50 Mbps to 100 Mbps, you're actually being meaningfully connected. Because I don't see a reason why a student in Kwale will differ from a student in Homa Bay. And because of this last mile dynamic. So if we are coming back to disruption, then we have to look at the traditional technologies that have existed. Do mobile networks at this point in time deliver sufficiently for last mile? If not, how can we do it? Now, you go to many places, of course, in the last mile, you may not get a good 4G connection. So in that case, are mobile networks open to try new models, which in this case means having localized private networks or localized 4G networks to such locations. And this doesn't have to be like you're getting a competitor. You're just examining a new model of business to be able to work there. 2, also we have to think about fiber infrastructure for last mile. I just brought up in my presentation. how much do we know in terms of last mile that fiber has reached? If we do not have that kind of information, how can then we evaluate or sit down with these players in the ecosystem to be able to work with the last mile internet service providers to be able to deliver that connectivity? So in this case, it means what? Safaricom working with the community network service provider, maybe teaming up to provide connectivity in Lodwar, for instance, at the last mile over fiber infrastructure. And also that model, Liquid Telecom working with another ISP or Mawingu networks in Kajiado, trying something like that. And another disruptive model will also be, we can look at other, and the regulator is here, so we can look at other frequency bands that are available now. Can we create ecosystems or disrupt around them to enable new players to deliver that connectivity to the last mile? And I think that's a conversation that cannot happen with one stakeholder and cannot happen with the regulator alone. So all of us have to actively contribute to that, and with the government leading the forefront. Yes.
Thank you so much, Leonard, for your contribution. Obam, I'm coming to you. For those of you who don't know Obam, if you are a reader of the Old Testament, Obam is the Moses of spectrum, connectivity, anything that you want, unpacked in simple language. Obam.
Yeah. I think Grace is
Obam,
talking about...
okay, let me just ask you, how can spectrum policies be optimized to enable cost-effective rural connectivity? And you can make your other comments as your 4 minutes begin now.
Yes. I was just, having worked for government, I was going to start by recognizing all the excellencies who are here from other African countries. And I'll mention our very own Member of Parliament for the great constituency of Dagoretti South, Honorable KJ, as we call him, PS Engineer Tanui, my former colleague, the Data Commissioner, Immaculate, and all others. So that was my other comment. Now, let's talk about spectrum. Latest statistics from the Communication Authority of Kenya say that 91% of Kenyans access the internet through mobile, which means in any discussion about connectivity, mobile is key. And mobile is facilitated by spectrum. Spectrum is actually a very important conversation when you're talking about connectivity. Otherwise, we can say the other 10% maybe doesn't matter. And being a spectrum person, of course, then we talk about spectrum. So what role then can spectrum play in facilitating connectivity? And maybe for Ms. Kibandi, spectrum is not a thing. It is very important now, connectivity, sorry. One, I think that regulators need to avail spectrum in enough quantities that can facilitate connectivity. Because the more spectrum you have, the more you are able to deliver high quality speeds. Number two is that, and Leo is here in charge of the Universal Service Fund, for areas that are unserved or underserved, a consideration to subsidize or to reduce the cost of spectrum so that it doesn't, the operators are not charged the same cost for those unserved areas as areas that are heavily populated. The third point I would like to put there, and maybe this goes to Honorable KJ, currently in the law in Kenya, only certain categories of operators can pay their spectrum fees over 10 years. The rest are supposed to pay upfront. But usually you get spectrum before you deploy your network. So where do you get the money to deploy the network? So my suggestion is that that provision should apply to all operators so that you get spectrum, you are given 10 years or as long as the license lasts to deploy the network, make the revenue from the deployed network and pay for the spectrum. That way, instead of say paying $100 million for spectrum, you can invest that in the network and generate, excite the economy and generate usage. And then lastly, since we are talking about AI, I think our regulators need to adopt strategies that use AI to give them a very clear view. I think Leonard talked about availability of data, a very clear view of what spectrum is being used where, and optimize its utilization. Maybe let me add the last point is that if a regulator gives spectrum to a user and they don't use it, then maybe that spectrum should be allowed to be used by somebody else while the person who was originally given spectrum is waiting to deploy their network. That way we can be able to maybe cover those who are not covered and deliver services. Thank you. I hope I was within my...
And you're exactly on time, so thank you very much. So Kivuva, we come to you. Just listening to both Obam and Leonard, please give us your views on how can public-private partnerships be structured to ensure both commercial viability and universal service objectives, especially when it comes to last-mile connectivity.
Thank you, Gigi. And maybe to start simplifying the language, PPPs, public-private partnership, just means government, private sector working together for the common good of the mwananchi. And in Kenya, we have had several examples of PPP structures that have worked. In NOFB, for example, the fiber optic is actually a PPP model because government built, it was operated by private sector for a while. TIMS, the fiber that's landing in Mombasa, going all the way to the interior of the country and even East Africa, is also a PPP model because government has put as a percentage, like 30%, other organizations, private sector also have access to it. And one way for PPP to work, first of all, is on the policy level. For example, different players came together to form the community network licensing framework that Kenya has. And this community network framework allows the villagers to be able to create their own internet. And through PPP model, we worked with government, we worked with Communications Authority of Kenya, we worked with KICTANET and also APC to create this law, this regulation that went into the unified licensing framework at CA. And what this law allowed is the community themselves at the village can be able to create their own networks with a very subsidized license of 5,000 shillings for 5 years. You can imagine you can start your own network at that amount. And part of simplifying the language, because people think these things are for techies, is we give an example of how in our communities we structure our community involvement. For example, if in our community we don't have water, we usually come together, we dig trenches, we put pipes, and then we find the source of water, we put maybe a pump, and then each household contributes a small amount per month to pay for that water. That's a model that works in Kenya, for example, even in our village. That's what people do. They are able to provide infrastructure for themselves. So with community network, this license, how we structured it is that the villagers can be able to come together. They can pull fiber to their village, contribute the same way they are contributing for the water, a small amount like 200 shillings per household within the village, and put Wi-Fi hotspots and run their network within one center. So that is actually a model that can work. And it's not difficult if we remove those difficult words like spectrum that Obama is using. The villagers will actually see that this is something that we can do. And in cities, you will see there is so many models we call sambazas, where villagers have been able to connect each other, and then they share the cost. You can imagine the like 100 Mbps from Safaricom, who I've just represented here, they sell that thing for around 12,000 per month. And because of issues of affordability, a normal household in Kenya will not be able to afford that. But if these communities come together and share 1,000 bob for 12 households, they will be able to pay and have that internet and connect themselves. So those are the models we are talking about. And why is this important? Because very few people are online. Here, I know we struggle to buy bundles. Buy bundles of 5 GB within 2 days, imeisha. You want to watch YouTube, you can't because it's expensive. And even if here we are rich, we can afford the bundles, you know somebody that always calls you, need to me bundles. Please send me some bundles, send me some, because internet is expensive. So that's why we need these policies. And internet is expensive even for the rich people because they have to support those guys who cannot be able to afford. And also we need to train everybody. We need to work with government and also to work with other sectors to make sure we train everybody. And why is it important to train everybody? By everybody, I mean all the 60 million Kenyans. Because all the government services are online. All the taxes are online. And to apply for anything, driving license or any, it is online. So we need to be able to train everybody. And to be able to do that, they also have to have devices, and they need to have the internet. I can see Gigi looking at the clock.
Yeah.
Later, the others.
Okay. Thanks, Kivuva. Maybe you'll capture what you need to say in your closing remarks. But now we come to Leo. We know that USF was created to bridge the digital divide, among other reasons. Now, last week, the regulator launched the USF strategy. Now, what does the strategy say around closing connectivity gap? And because of time, maybe just 3 key issues. Okay. Just let us know what it says around that, starting now.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, first, let me just step back and say, as the authority, we have several ways of closing the gap. One is what we call license obligations. So any operator whom we license, we negotiate with them obligations to areas that are not commercially viable. And for that, we are able to extend coverage beyond commercial viable areas. The other one is we do monitoring of the networks, quality of service measurements. We also get feedback from the public, especially the MPs. They usually give us feedback about the areas. And based on that, we are able to engage operators, and that way we are able also to extend coverage. What happens is the Universal Service Fund is not supposed to distort the market. So it's just supposed to give you, we call it smart subsidy, just give you enough to make it, to attract private investment. So our focus actually as USF is to give interventions that are sustainable. So we give intervention to make it commercially viable. Yeah, so that's when USF comes in. And I'll say with USF, since 2017, we've actually closed the gap. From our studies, we had 94.4 coverage, but now we have 96.6. That's 2.2%. That translates to about 900,000 people whom we have connected through USF. But we still have gaps. As we speak, our gaps, we usually measure 50% coverage and below. Currently, it's 411 locations, sub-locations that have 50% and below, and it translates to 3.4% population, which is about 1.4 million Kenyans. So that's what is remaining. And what we did is we launched our strategy, as you said, and our strategy has got 3 pillars. The first pillar is to expand infrastructure and access. The second pillar is to deal with digital skilling and local content. The third pillar is institutional capacity. So for the access, we are looking at broadband infrastructure. And apart from mobile, we actually aligned with the BETA, that is the Government Digital Transformation Agenda, where we are proposing to actually get up to 10,000 kilometers of fiber through USF fund. Remember, the government is supposed to do 52,000. So the 42,000 actually will have to be done by the private sector. And that's the element I'm also saying. As we incentivize by doing the 10,000, our partners, ICTA, are actually in the process of developing something to attract the private sector so that they can do the 40. And I think that lines up with the PPP model, the areas that we can actually do with PPP. The other thing I want to say is why we have added the digital skilling and local content. We had a pilot project with KALRO. KALRO is Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization. We targeted 6 counties. Those are 2 middle rainfall, 2 high rainfall, and 2 low rainfall areas. And we were able actually to reach 2.5 million farmers. And what we did is we share information on crops, particular crops, even livestock. And then what we do is we answer 3 questions. What should you grow in your area? So you have options of things you can do. Then how do you grow it? Once you decide to plant coffee, what are the things you need to do? And then the other question is, where do you take the product? So that's why we are really trying to invite partners to look at our strategy. Our strategy is in the website. So look at our strategy. Our strategy is a total of 40 billion for a period of 5 years. And we have a gap of 12 billion. So we are inviting partners. Just look at our strategy. Look at areas where you can plug in, and we will be available to see how we can partner. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leo. 40 billion in 5 years translates to?
Yes.
8 billion a year?
8 billion a year.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have a gap of 12 B.
Okay.
And we really want, maybe before I end, I wanted to just chip in to, I think, Kivuva.
Okay.
He talked about community
networks.
Yeah, SC actually, we have licensed 11 of them, and 6 are already operational. And what we've seen is a lot of innovation. You now have packages of 5 shillings for 30 minutes, and it works for some people. Packages of 50 shillings for 1 day within the communities. And we really think it's a viable thing to support. Thank you.
Kivuva, I don't know if our community network is registered because we are the proponents of that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some few minutes that we can take 1 or 2 questions. Are there questions? Anyone with a question? Well, I don't see.
One.
Oh, there's a hand. Where is? Okay, yeah, there's a hand there.
My name is Joseph Alumasa from Youth Enterprise Development Fund, in charge of ICT. From the discussion we had before this on connectivity, which was quite elaborately presented by the Safaricom colleague, there is this area of fiber distribution and roads, which is a real headache in the industry. You have a new road being done today. Tomorrow, we descend on the road with jembes and mattocks to lay out the fiber. As an industry, what are we waiting for to come up with a road construction standard that ensures a new road or just our roads are fiber ready, whereby there are clear fiberways and conduits that can be used by anybody after the road is done. Road construction standard. It is long overdue.
Okay, I think please, because of time, try and shorten your question because of time.
Okay.
I think that question, Leo and Obama, even if you've retired, I know you got that question a lot.
I got it, yes.
And maybe even Leonard, but very crisp. Please
Lastly,
ask your
fast
question.
enough.
Yeah, the next one.
Borrowing from Kenya Power, you cannot descend on a power line to disconnect or cut, even if it is passing through your homeland, to construct a house. Why is it that we don't have a clear regulation on matters fiber? Fiber is life, healthcare, schools, security is powered by fiber. Can we also regulate that area of fiber cuts? It's disturbing our offices and business. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think this is a question, Obama, you've had, and both Obama and Leo, you were asked many times why we don't have that strategy.
There's another question at the back.
Pardon? Oh, there's another one. Okay.
Just a quick one. My name is Francis Mburu, an operator from Nairobi, Kiambu County. Of concern, when COVID started, the big boys didn't manage. It is the small boys who came into the industry and picked it up and drove the agenda. We are looking at government with very massive plans. But we believe as the small service providers, if we are enabled, we will drive this agenda faster. A case scenario, with our county and local governments, some of them go to an extent of charging $1 or $1.5 per meter. And yet we are here talking about connecting the unconnected. This dream cannot be achieved when we are still charging such rates. Sorry to say, some of the policies, and I believe our Mheshimiwa will handle this, some of the policies are back in 1990s. We are in 2030s, we need to move the agenda and we need to change some of these policies.
Okay.
How on earth a contractor is doing a road, cables are on the ground, or maybe some of them are overhead. Just cut cables, irrespectively, don't caring, but this is a cable that is connecting people down there. Then we end up saying, fiber mwitu haifanyi. It is because of some of these challenges that we experience. Thank you.
Asante sana. So we are going to close for questions because of time, and I'm going to ask my panelists to respond to the 3 questions. Pick on any as you give your closing remarks, and you check on the idea in front here. But this panel is very lucky because you have very critical people who make policies here listening to you. So this is your opportunity, your 2 minutes of fame to speak to the policy makers sitting in front of us. Because they shape policies, ICT policies in this country.
Okay.
Obama?
Okay, I've always wanted to be famous. So, although I'm not as old as the Old Testament, as Grace said, but I want to tell you a story. 30 years ago, the waiting time for a telephone line in Kenya was 25 years. Me, I was working for the government in a critical service. I applied and then my house got connected. The ITU measured telephony penetration in how many phones per 100 people. I think Kenya, we are doing 1 phone per 100 people, and we are one of the best connected countries. Then mobile came, and mobile has transformed not only the Kenyan economy, the Kenyan connectivity story, but the same can be said for most African countries and developing countries. I'm still emphasizing the importance of mobile broadband and mobile connectivity. There are many other technologies that are coming, but the game changer that has made us get where we are as African countries, as Kenya, is because of mobile technology. And what fuels mobile technology is spectrum. So policy and regulatory strategies should make sure, both at the international level, at the ITU, and at the regional level and the local level, we must always have enough spectrum to continue fueling the development of digital transformation through mobile communication. Now, trying to respond to those questions, I think I'll be very broad. We must adopt integrated infrastructure development so that if somebody designs a road, the authorities responsible for that road will not approve the design as complete if it does not provide for ducts for fiber. So this is what we need to go to the drawing board to do. In terms of, it's not just roads, even buildings, Huawei was very much involved with the National Construction Authority to have integrated design regulations that if you design a house, when you put electricity and put plumbing for water and put everything else, part of that should also have provision for fiber connectivity. So that integrated approach will help us. The last point is we must designate fiber to be a critical infrastructure so that if you cut it, it's like going to a hospital and switching off the power. So if we can do that, then I think the problems that our colleagues have identified will be able, I think we can try and address them. And so this will take efforts from the Ministry of ICT, Ministry responsible for roads, and the Ministry responsible for security to treat this as important as closing a road or closing a harbor or closing an airport. If we make it that way, then I think we'll start treating this infrastructure with the respect and the urgency that it deserves. Thank you.
Okay. Leo, please check that.
Okay. Last point or closing remarks?
You will, if there are questions that you need to address, please respond. And
then closing remarks.
Yeah, okay. You don't even have to make closing remarks. You can treat
okay, thank you.
You can treat that as your closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you. I think Obama actually has addressed most of the questions, but what I wanted to also add is there's a lot of room also for the industrial associations. For example, TESPOC. I think it's important for the industrial associations to be organized because we realize the issue of awareness also is very important. Like the challenges you face in the county governments usually is lack of engagement. When we engage, you usually find results. So I will encourage you just to strengthen your organizations. I don't know, I know about TESPOC, but I think there are others, so that we engage because that really also assists. And then also some of the things also is to do with ethics. We've seen situations whereby competitors also mess with each other. But when we engage, we find the ethics solve some of the problems. So just to, my final remarks is just to invite partners to reach out to us. Our strategy, USF strategy, is in the website, and we look forward to partnering with you so that we can address the gaps in the universal access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Leonard?
Yeah, mine is probably short,
minute,
just
yeah.
building on to what I had said earlier. We have to adopt a data-driven approach to connectivity. We have to do that. You know, you also have to come to a level where you have to say where you are performing well, where you are failing. That we have to begin from that point of view. And part of that, of the data-driven ecosystem, I mean, I have a lot of respect to the veteran Obama, who's my mentor as well, but there are also things I disagree with him on. You cannot have mobile deliver good access to schools. You cannot have mobile deliver good access to hospitals. So in that context, it means we have been trying to adopt a data-driven approach. It can inform us how connected are we in terms of power? How connected are we in terms of fiber? Who are the players in the ecosystem? How far are they? There's the gentleman who just stood up there. How many of them exist and where are they providing the services? So a data-driven approach to connectivity is important for Kenya.
Thank you so much, Leonard. Data-driven evidence. Kivuva?
Okay, so I want to address 3 issues. One,
considering the time, yeah.
But the policymakers are here. Okay. So there is the demand side, and the demand side are the consumers of this infrastructure we want to put in place. And I just want to say that we developed a curriculum through the ministry and ICTA, a national digital skilling curriculum with the UK Aid partnership. And using part of that curriculum, within 6 months, we trained 600,000 citizens from Mandera and Busia on access to government services, going online, sales to market, e-commerce, and all that. And you go to those villages and you get the stories that they are telling. There are people, a woman had chicken in her home and she does not have a market, but when she learned that she can actually just post them on Facebook, within a week of posting, how all 100 chicken were sold. So those are the simple stories we want to tell. And that training, of course, was enabled by the UK government and our partners, Acquit, Kictanet, and other partners. So that's a very important point. On demand side, there's demand on the other end. Number 2, and I want to address this one to the chair of ICT committee, reduce the cost of devices. Zero rate those things even for 2 years. Remove taxes on devices. You go to the village, people, the villagers want to have the smart devices. They don't want to have those ones that Bugwanjia was saying, the kuficha. Yes, and they are using them to trade, to take photos, putting on WhatsApp groups, and doing trade. And we always say this, that when Kibaki came, he actually reduced the cost of devices, computers for 2 years, and there was an effect on the economy. And lastly, USF, utilize USF. I know the USF chair is there, Honorable Ngwae, but utilize USF. If chia ikiisha, mwaka ikiisha kusikuwe na USF balance, ikuwe 0. People in the village there, you go to Teso North, you go on top of a tree and there's still no signal. There's no internet signal. And CA here is sitting on 5 billion, 10 billion, but villagers there still don't have that internet. Kuleni hiyo pesa, pelekeni kwa village, watu wapate internet.
Thank you, Kivuva. I think that's a very good way of ending that. Leo, we need zero. We need zero balances. You know.
Actually, I think there's right of reply.
As we say, time's up. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think just to share really that there's nothing remaining. That's what I want to assure the team here, and that's why we're asking for some people to fill the gap. Actually, we have a gap as we speak. Yeah.
Very surprising, Leo, that you have nothing remaining, because the report from Auditor General last year actually showed that you had a lot of money in the bank. Yeah. And at Kictanet, we actually wanted to raise it up. And then we thought, okay, CA are our partners, maybe we need to sit at the table and they explain before we become loud about it. Yeah. But, you know, Kenyans right now, you know, this country, we're experiencing very hard times. So when you see somebody with a balance in the bank of billions, you can only imagine how your imagination works. Yes, yes. And when you go to Teso North, people are still struggling. I think we will need to have a talk to CA.
We'll have a talk. And
a talk to CA so that they explain to us.
Everything is actually published in our website. But what I want to say is we've actually committed everything now.
Okay.
Yeah, you may still see some figures, but they are gone in terms of commitment.
Yes. So, and we are actually
All
committed
right.
to implement. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. Please please applaud my panelists. When we started this session, remember I told you Africans don't waste time. I had intended to bring the African time in this session back to mathematical time, but I have broken my rule, so we have exceeded by 3 minutes. But 3 minutes, like I said, Africans don't waste time. We create time. When you tell us you're wasting time, whose time? It's our time, right? So here we are now. Thank you so much. You have been a very captive audience.
Thank you, Dr. Grace. Thank you, Dr. Grace, together with your panel. That was amazing. Thank you, Engineer Obam. I appreciate Spectrum. It's just that where I work, I need to get buy-in from people who do not understand technology, so I have to demystify those technical jargons to them, and that's why I asked. But thank you very much. We appreciate you. Yes, Carol. Yes. It's only two I get it. It's okay, I'll give you. Yes. He's going on.
Thank you, Dr. Grace. You know, that panel kind of like just ramped up toward the end when numbers in the bank account were being mentioned, so the expected emotion was elicited. So ladies and gentlemen, we now go into our breakout sessions. And my kind appeal is that we move straight to those breakout sessions, and I'd like to mention what those breakout sessions are. At Dr. Meister, which is where we are, we'll be having the ICT innovation, where we'll be looking at scaling Africa technology businesses by telling founder stories. We'll have two keynotes, the first by Agnes Kaleche, the MD, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, and Sheila Kimani, Chief Commercial Officer, Digital Business at NCBA. At Jumuika, we'll be looking at the Smart County Forum, where we're looking at realizing the Smart County local innovation for inclusive digital transformation. And here we'll have a keynote by none other than MP John Kiarie, who's also in the parliamentary committee that looks at matters ICT and communication. And at Kongamano, we'll be having Inclusive by Design, investing in the future of Africa assistive startups. So ladies and gentlemen, in this particular hall, we'll be having the FinTech, just 1 second. We'll be having the ICT innovation one, so do stay on here if you're looking at scaling African businesses by telling their stories. If you're interested in the other two breakouts, kindly let us have a 5-minute transition period, and we'll begin our session here in another 5. I've just been notified that the closing ceremony will be beginning promptly at 12:30. So scratch what I said about 5 minutes, we need to move now, right? So if you're interested in this session, do stay on. Do find your place in the other ones if you so wish. We'll be convening back here at exactly 12:30 for the closing ceremony. Asanteni. Ladies and gentlemen, cognizant of time, allow me to quickly introduce our first speaker, Agnes Kaliche, the Managing Director, Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Remember, our topic is scaling tech businesses by telling founder stories. You've seen that our time has been cut short. She tells me she's a storyteller and will adapt appropriately. Agnes, karibu.
Can I have the podium?
Privilege to stand before you at the Connected African Summit 2025, a gathering that feels less like a conference and more like a celebration of African unstoppable spirit. Before we kicked off, it looks like African time today, turning this session, morning session into an afternoon 2 hours later. Well, they say good things wait for those who wait. My name is Agnes Kalechengouna. I am the Managing Director at your national broadcaster, KBC. And like many of you, I am a storyteller at heart. I was especially excited to see the host of our very own Take on Tech program here at the summit who moderated the last session, a platform on KBC TV that simplifies ICT issues for Kenya, and I couldn't be prouder. Now, this for us is not just a conference, it's a celebration of African spirit. But today, I want us to talk about a different kind of story. Stories of African tech. Founders whose journey are not just inspiring, but essential to our continent's transformation. My mission is to show how these stories can scale our tech businesses and redefine African place in the global economy. Our session, Scaling African Tech Business by Telling Founder Stories, is deeply personal to us at KBC, and it lies at the heart of what we do. Imagine a young entrepreneur in Nairobi coding very late at night to launch a fintech app that empowers small traders to send money across borders. Picture a woman in a rural area using mobile platform to sell her handmade craft to the world. These are not just stories. They are at the heartbeat of African tech revolution. Yet often, these tales remain hidden in the shadows of pitch decks and product launches. Let's talk why African storytelling matters. Innovation in Africa is not just a distant dream. It's happening right now, right here. From fintech pioneers in Lagos to mobility startups transforming Nairobi streets, from green tech innovators in Cape Town to AI trailblazers in Kigali. Our innovators are rewriting the rules of our economies. But here's the catch. A brilliant idea alone will not scale a business. In global marketplaces, where capital and talent flow towards what's visible, a compelling story is your golden ticket. When an investor hears about a founder's struggle to build a startup with no funding, only to turn it into a success that empowers millions, that's not just inspiring, it builds trust. When a young coder in a village sees a founder who looks like them on TV, it ignites a dream. When policymakers, like we had a few minutes back who are here, hear how a tech can solve real problems, like connecting farmers to markets, they sit up and listen. Storytelling isn't a luxury, it's a lifetime for scaling African tech. Take M-Pesa, for example, and I saw Safaricom a while back, which you are very, very proud of. For example, if their success wasn't just about technology, it's about story, a story of financial inclusion, of millions of Kenyans who could now send money home with a simple text message. That story resonated globally because it was real, relatable, and uniquely African. And this is where media comes in, especially public broadcasters like KBC. We are not here to merely shout about innovation. We are here to partner in its growth. It's about shaping narratives. At KBC, we are reimagining our role. We are diving deep into the stories that matter, profiling founders, spotlighting startups like 7Seas Technologies, Cellulant, Ushahidi, and Lamy Technologies, and unpacking tech policies shaping our future. We are showing young Africans what's possible. But we must go further. Imagine a Pan-African media coalition where broadcasters, tech hubs, and innovators collaborate and tell stories louder and further. Because visibility isn't vanity, it's value. A single feature can attract investors, inspire talent, and even sway policy. Too many African tech businesses struggle because the stories aren't heard. The challenge isn't lack of innovation, it's lack of amplification. And that's a development gap we can and we must close. Kenya alone has over 1,000 tech startups, yet only a handful gain global attention. Why? Too often, our narratives is told by outsiders who miss our context, our Juakali spirit, our hustle. We must own these stories. At KBC, we are working to change this by showcasing unsung heroes, connecting them to opportunities, and building a Pan-African media coalition. Without visibility, innovation remains a local secret. This visibility gap is not just about media coverage. It's about access to platforms and opportunities. Storytelling, amplified by media, ensures a young innovator in Garissa shines as brightly as the one in Berlin. It drives talent, funding, and policy support. So how do we scale through storytelling? The answer lies in strategic media partnerships. At KBC, we are proposing initiatives like Tech Titans, a TV and radio series profiling founders, from Rwanda's Kasha to Kenya Twiga Foods. These partnerships build trust, attract investors, and also influence policy. I'll give you an example. When we partnered with Ushahidi to share their crisis mapping story born during Kenya 2007 post-election challenges, it showed the world how Kenyans' ingenuity turns adversity into opportunity. That story drew funding and inspired similar platforms across Africa. KBC is ready to collaborate with summits like this to amplify more of the stories. Let's look at two powerful examples. First, a lady that I love called Beth Koigi of Magic Water, who provides solar-powered clean water in arid regions like Marsabit. When Beth started her journey, growing up in a water-scarce area, it resonated. Her story, amplified by media, attracted funding and scaled her impact across Kenya, with plans for expansion across East Africa. Then there's Nigeria's Andela, training of African developers for global firms. Their narratives of empowering youth secured over $180 million funding and expanded operations in Kenya and Uganda. These stories prove that when we tell our truths, the world listens and invests. Our vision at KBC is very clear. It aligns with Kenya Vision 2030 and the Digital Economy Blueprint. We want to be the bridge between innovators and the world through partnerships with academia, government agencies, and private sectors. We are creating platforms where founders share their journeys. But it's not just about tech for tech's sake. We are championing ethical innovation, protecting data privacy. I saw Data Protection Commissioner a few minutes back. Securing patents and promoting digital rights. Our programs educate the public on copyrights and intellectual property, ensuring our innovators thrive in a fair system, because technology without trust cannot scale. Ladies and gentlemen, every founder, student, and rural entrepreneur here has a story. Whether you are coding the next big app, farming with weather data, or running a digital marketplace, your journey matters. At KBC, we are here to tell it boldly, authentically, and without borders. Let's build Kenya and an Africa where Konza becomes the Savannah Silicon Valley, where ideas meet infrastructure, and where stories fuel growth. Together with strategic partnerships, inclusive narratives, and a media that amplifies, we can turn our tech ecosystem into a global powerhouse. Thank you, and as you go home, tune into your national broadcaster KBC channels for credible news and clean content. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Agnes. They also stream online. So for our brothers and sisters from across Africa, you can also catch them online. Everything is down to distribution. And many times in our ecosystems, we keep saying, why do we only hear of the stories from other developmental world, whether that's Silicon Valley or out in Europe? It is because we don't tell our stories enough. Whether it means celebrating failures or celebrating the successes, we need to do that over and over again. It will drive our own beliefs in ourselves and also amplify our success stories. So thank you so much for that. Moving swiftly to our second keynote, I'd like to call to the stage Sheila Kimani, Chief Commercial Officer, Digital Business at NCBA. Welcome on stage.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. I'd like to start off by saying Africa's greatest technology is not built in labs, but in our lived experiences, in conversations that we have at our markets, in frustrations in banking halls, in the silent hopes of millions dreaming of a better future. That's why today I want to talk to you about the power of founder stories, not just Sorry about that. That's why today I want to talk to you about the power of founder stories, not just as anecdotes, but as blueprints for scaling Africa's tech future. It is a privilege to be here today at the Connected Africa Summit 2025, an event that brings us together to shape not only Africa's tech narrative, but its long-term socio-economic transformation. Our shape here is very simple, yet so powerful, to create real business opportunities for growth. Today, I'm here to talk about something that's deeply personal, not just to me, but to so many of us in this room, the power of founder stories to scale African tech businesses. Allow me to illustrate this with Loop DFS. So Loop DFS is the name of the digital business of NCBA. So we are a fully owned subsidiary of NCBA Group, but we are the platform that actually is doing fintech. So we operate off different systems from the bank, and basically we built this platform so that then we can be able to scale the business and be able to capture the opportunities that we could see, rather than operate as a bank, but how do we leverage what we can do as a fintech. So, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's tech revolution did not begin with unicorns or capital injections. It began with questions. It began with founders who asked, what if access to credit didn't require collateral, but rather character? What if group savings, like the Chamas that we all are part of, could be digitized without losing the sense of community? And what if financial services could be smart, seamless, and yet human? At Loop DFS, our founders asked these questions from the streets of Kisumu, the stalls in Gikomba, the farms of Uasin-Gishu, and the digital chat rooms of Kenyan youth. And I'd like to share this. One of our early users was a boda rider in Eldoret. He didn't have a bank account, but he had a great, great ambition. And with Loop, he didn't just get a wallet, he got a future. He now runs a fleet of riders. That's the kind of scale that we're talking about. We were listening, and that's how Loop DFS, which is Digital Financial Services, was born within the NCBA group. Today, we serve over 68 million users across Africa. Allow me to give a highlight of our solutions and the impact to our economic environment. Fuliza was launched in January of 2019, and so 1 million users utilize the product within its first month in the market. We now have 8 million users who borrow on Fuliza every month, out of just over 11 million users who can actually access the service. This reflects Fuliza's exceptional strong product market fit. In 2024 alone, Kenyans accessed Fuliza loans worth 911 billion, a total of 3.9 billion to just over 8 million Kenyans. Additionally, M-Shwari launched in November of 2012, where we disbursed 1 million, about to 1 million users. In 2024 alone, we had about 1.5 million users, including MSMEs who took up our M-Shwari loans to close the year at about 100 billion lent. So if you look at what we've been able to do last year alone on Fuliza and M-Shwari, we disbursed close to 1 trillion Kenya shillings. That already tells you the impact that M-Shwari alone and Fuliza is having in the market. We have over 22.4 million users on Fuliza, and as well as 22.8 million users on M-Shwari. The widespread adoption affirms our commitment to delivering relevant, scalable, as well as inclusive financial solutions that meet the daily customer needs. So Loop is a platform for financial empowerment. Loop was built to solve real everyday problems. For the merchant, basically what does he need? He wants to be able to make payments, to manage his float, collect from his customers, and again, be able to terminate and use that to terminate those funds into a bank, for example, and again, to access credit. For the boda rider, who we all have one, who helps ease our lives, he wants to save, build a credit history, so then he can actually go into the banking space as a client. And there's a young creator, the gig economy that we keep on talking about. He himself is already earning from digital channels. So how do you ensure that as much as he's earning from digital channels, that he's able to benefit from the digital financial infrastructure that we have built? We have one great product at Loop, which we call, it's actually a feature on the Loop wallet, which we call Moneypool. We all know about Harambee. When I look at the people in this room, we are all of age to have actually heard of Moi talking about Harambee. So what we've done is we've digitized that and created something that we call the Moneypool. It's actually a feature. So basically, as per the African culture, we're consistently trying to, pull money together to help a family member, to help an ailing friend, and all those things that we do. At some point, we were even paying for people to take their kids abroad. So we have built something that's called a Moneypool. So we are listening to our customers and saying, how do we digitize what they need? But more than features, Loop is about trust. It's about showing our customers that they are not only included in the future of digital finance, but they are defining it. So ladies and gentlemen, founder stories are the code of culture in any tech business. They explain the why behind the what. And in a continent where trust is earned, founder stories are part of our business model. In Africa, the founder story is more than just a backstory. It's product strategy, trust architecture, team culture, all rolled into one. It tells investors why you matter and tells users why they can believe in you. At Loop, our story is about showing that you can build for the informal sector without necessarily being informal in the execution. You can be digital and still be deeply personal. You can start from Kenya and still have a Pan-African ambition. Our regional footprint as Loop DFS is in Tanzania, Uganda, Ghana, Rwanda, Kenya, and in the Côte d'Ivoire through a partnership. By telling this story, it helps us attract the right partners. It inspires the right talent and creates deep partnerships, not just with the regulators and fintech peers, but with the communities on the ground. And that is the power of the founder's story. To truly scale tech businesses, we must build digital ecosystems that support rural as well as urban economies alike. At Loop, we're already building ourselves to be the financial infrastructure behind this movement. We're investing in agriculture and all the way to trade, and people really get surprised when they hear that. Loop, NCBA is actually in agriculture in the fintech space. We're in the education tech as well as health tech. We really are spreading our wings and really trying to figure out, what does the market need and how can we support that, considering we have the backing of a bank. But we cannot do it alone. Sustainable scaling will require long-term investment in infrastructure, education, innovation, and as well as the people being the center of it all. And we must tell these stories, not just the stories of founders in the boardrooms, but of founders in the kiosks, in the classrooms, in the co-working spaces as we're building, as well as in the code camps. In closing, I would like to say that it is purpose that gives us endurance. I'd like to repeat that. It is purpose that gives us endurance. For founders, it's not an easy journey, and if you don't have purpose driving you, then you'll fall off the bandwagon. So purpose is what gives us endurance. At Loop DFS, our purpose has always been clear: to build a platform that enables every African to dream, build, and thrive on their terms. We believe that the future of African tech is about unlocking potential, not just building companies, but building countries. So let's keep telling these stories loudly, boldly, and truthfully. Because when we tell our stories, we don't just scale our businesses, we scale belief. So I'd like to leave you with this as I close. 1, don't just raise capital, raise conviction. 2, don't chase growth, chase gravity. By building businesses so rooted in purpose, they pull people upward. Thirdly, let's tell our stories, because when we do, we don't just scale startups, we scale confidence, communities, and entire countries. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheila. Having interacted with the team at Loop DFS, they are some of the, when they say some of their numbers, you say that story is yet to be heard. And as a local fintech, I think it's important that we perpetuate that and tell this story so that people can have that conviction that it is possible to build businesses at scale. We now move to the final panel of the day here, and I'd like to introduce Chief Executive Officer. Just a quick note again. Yes, you may welcome her with a round of applause, please. And as she makes her way to the stage, just remember the closing ceremony will begin right after this. And I think we've only been given an extra wiggle room of 15 minutes. So I'm sure you'll adapt to that so the rest of our colleagues can join us. Karibu.
Okay, thank you. I'll invite my panelists on stage. Savio, Jan, please come. You'll do the introductions very quickly. We have John Paul. So we've been given 15 minutes to talk through this topic. So we'll do our best to go within the time that has been given. But quickly, my panelists, I'd like you to introduce yourself and say who you are. Just very quickly.
I start?
Yes.
My name is Felix Ochoga, CEO and founder of Hecopay Limited here.
My name is Jan, working as investment associate for Catapult Africa, which is part of Catapult, a global impact investor investing in impact startups globally.
My name is Savio Wambugu. I sit as a board of director at ICTA, and I'm also the president of All Innovation Hubs in Kenya.
Thank you. My name is John Paul Okwiri, the CEO of Konza Technopolis, Africa's Silicon Savannah.
Fantastic. So Africa has a majority of businesses being micro-enterprises, employing fewer than 5 employees. According to the World Bank, they say that 80% of businesses in Africa are micro-enterprises. And majority of these businesses are actually stuck in survival mode. Now, the challenge is not in innovation or ambition. The challenge is actually in skill. And in the tech sector, where the potential for impact is highest, what we have seen is a challenge of getting from hustle to high growth, moving from quick wins to long-term value. So in today's panel, we are going to deep dive into what it truly takes to build sustainable businesses in Africa, and also to look at businesses that can scale, that can endure, and that can actually transform industries for generations to come. So gentlemen, thank you. I will start with a question. I think it's important we first understand what do we mean by sustainable businesses within the African tech context. And Jan, you've worked with a lot of technology companies across the continent. So this question, I'll direct it to you.
Yes, so just for information, Catapult Africa invests in climate tech businesses all across the continent and even beyond globally. Yeah, so I think in the last few years, given the downturn we've seen in tech funding on the continent and the impacts of it, I think it's been clear that, you know, on top of building strong fundamentals as a business, there's a question of actually surviving hype cycles and downturns like this. So there's been a word going around around building capital efficiency. And on top of these strong fundamentals, which are, you know, just a strong team, solving a real problem with real customers, et cetera, et cetera. I'll stop here.
Okay, so you talked about revenue models, you've talked about talent, you've talked about, you know, solving real problems. And I believe these are the blocks that we need of building sustainable businesses. Savio, if we could get to you, when you look at creating a sustainable business, what blocks should be there? You are a founder, you've founded quite a number of businesses. What blocks should we have in place as tech founders?
Thank you very much. In Africa and also in Kenya, it's very hard for the entrepreneurs and startups to early enough to come up with the right governance structure. And this is because, and it's not only in Africa. If you look at what happened to Twitter when it was bought, and you remember when the owner of Twitter right now, let me not say the name, and the first question the first thing that he said is that if it was possible for him to buy out all his shareholders, that's the first thing that he could have done. This is because sometimes some of the governance structure that are set up becomes a hindrance to growth and mainly to tech startups. However, as a startup is very good, and it's very important to make sure that you have this kind of standards. For example, and I know it's not only me alone. I remember, and most of the employees here, we often don't even read our contracts. So when a funder comes in, or when you get employed, you don't even care what the contract says. You just go ahead, flip and see, okay, I'm just getting $1,000 per month, that's okay. You don't even, some don't even check and know when their contracts are ending. I used to be a professional footballer, and I remember one of the seasons was my contract ended even before I knew, because I just knew that I'm just going to be paid this amount of money, and I don't check anything else. And that is what's happening in Africa, whereby an investor comes in, gives you $1 million, you don't go ahead and read and see what is happening. So that is one. The second one is in regards to compliance. I run an innovation hub, and it's 10 years old. And just the other day that I realized that I needed to start doing audited accounts each and every year. So we start by just growing, you are putting in money, you do not care about the compliance in your country. It comes to a time whereby the funders are bringing in a lot of money. You are not compliant and those kind of things. So according to me, in short, is basically the baseline is very important, but as well as we need also to know what you're offering. If you look at the statistics in Kenya, whereby, or even in Africa, we raised around $639 million last year. Africa alone raised, or the kind of investment that got into Kenya was around 2.2 billion. If you look at these kind of innovations, I do not really get how an entrepreneur or a startup gets $115 million.
Maybe,
and still
Savio,
close.
even as
Yeah.
we go into the funding bit, let's go back a little bit, because I want to go back to the building blocks. And I want to pose this question to Felix. Savio's talked about funding, right? You are a tech startup. Talk about funding versus bootstrapping. And he's talked about the agenda of being driven by funders. So in your opinion, as a tech startup, just tell us a little bit about funding versus bootstrapping in the context of building sustainable technology companies.
Oh, thank you so much. That's a very interesting question to ask. Bootstrapping is just going and saying, this is the business. I'm going to get started slowly. And I will say this as a founder. If your best investor is your customer, because what you're seeing in Africa is there are startups that are in the game for getting funded. They're not really looking at building in solutions. But if you look at your customer as your investor, that changes the game. Because now you're looking at, I have to build everything for this one particular person. So if you are my customer, you're my investor, and I know you're my customer, I always have to thinking about you build. What does it mean at every point in time? So for me, that is even more important versus getting funded. Yes, getting funded is good, but not always are you going to get that funding. What I'm seeing now differently, especially in the tech ecosystem, is that when you build to scale and you look at versus the other guy giving you money, we're talking about contracts that sometimes you don't have many clauses. I'm in tech. But I want to say I understand almost every aspect of what legal means at that, right? Different ecosystem plays out differently. But if you're going to tell me, so what is the best case to go for? I'll tell you, if you can go for your customer head on, crash, get this guy motivated, be so influenced by this customer. This is my main drive. I am building for him. What does Mamboga needs at every point in time? I think that's, for me, at the end of the day, that's what's going to scale faster. Then later, when you're looking at funding should be like another advantage, right? Mm-hmm. But that applies differently. For a fintech, almost at some point, you're just going to need funding. Why? The regulator has some fee that you need to play on. But then also, are there workarounds around it? So if you can find workarounds around it, better. Scale by going for your customer. You'll never lose by that.
So start with bootstrapping, get your customers, get the revenue, then get funding. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. John Paul, before I get to you, I see our Jan has a comment on that.
Yeah, just wanted to chip in on that. I think these are great points raised. And I wanted to just bring the grants into the equation here, and because it's been quite controversial what happened recently here, right? USAID removed over $400 million of funding to Kenya alone. This has, of course, like terrible consequences when it comes to healthcare, etc. But for actual businesses, for-profit businesses, it could be a blessing because we see too many zombie companies out there surviving only because they get access to these grants.
Yes, business for the profit, no business for the non-profits. That's what you're saying. Okay, John Paul, back to the building blocks of sustainable tech startups. One of the areas, is governance. talk to us about governance and why that is critical in terms of building sustainable businesses.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that that question. Now, I'll pick it up from where Savio mentioned that in his business, at some point, he realized that he was not preparing audited accounts.
Yes.
Okay, and therefore you find that most startups are in that platform where they are very good startups, very good businesses, very good futures, but then they fail to deal with the legal compliance aspects that are required of a business. Therefore, it's very important that as startups scale up and as they grow, they need to consider the governance structure. But also it's understandable that most of these startups, they have never had the experience to be in that platform and to be the big businesses that we see. Therefore, it's important that as a government agency or as a government, we provide an enabling environment for such startups and founders to learn how businesses are run. And that's why it's important that one of the building blocks that is required of startups is that they need to go through the whole process, the whole chain of from ideation, incubation, to be put in a startup ecosystem, and also be able to learn through the stages so that they grow to that big business that they are supposed to become. Therefore, it's important that governance is something that the startups and the founders can be taken through skilling and upskilling and being able to understand why it is necessary to ensure that the taxes are paid on time, the audited accounts are prepared by professional bodies and professionals dealing with such, why it is important to have a sound board and directors so that they are able to separate the individual from the business. I think also, as you've seen, most startups die within the first year of establishment because of that.
That's something we're actually going to explore, why they're dying, and we've seen quite a number of very funded, highly funded startups that have actually just shut down, in a few years. Thank you, John Paul. So I want to get back to, again, looking at something you've mentioned around taxes. Right. One of the things that you need to make sure that, businesses need to make sure that they have paid their taxes. Now, there are taxes that, sometimes impede businesses, right? And one of the ones that we are seeing currently, and which is a very critical one for tech startups, is the new proposed bill is actually looking, the 2025 finance bill is looking to start taxing shares under the ESOP program, right at the point when they are vesting rather than when they are realized. Now, we say businesses need to pay these taxes. How do you think that is going to affect, the tech startups? And I know you're not in the tech space. Maybe I can pass on the question. Savio, what do you think? How do you think that will affect tech startups? And especially when you talk about scaling, we're talking about talent. How is that going to affect?
First of all, it's a very good thing when you are building a solution or you have an innovation and you are giving shareholding to some of your employees, because it also prevents from people taking away your talent. So the first thing that it's going to do is going to limit people from investing in Kenya, because even from employees from taking the shareholding, because what they are suggesting is that you'll be taxed even before you start making money. So I'm just here building a solution. I'm giving it to my employee. Even before I make money, you want me to pay that tax. So I guess that will be a very big hindrance to investment in Kenya.
Okay. Our time is up, so you'll allow me to just move on to the next question. We'll respond. You really have to comment. Okay, quickly.
I love the game of ESOP. It's my favorite aspect of getting anyone, right? Because you want someone to fill in and be part of it, right? But I want the government to understand this. So an innovation will start with in America. Europe is going to regulate it. That's how they come in, right? When you get to Kenya, let's tax it before understanding it, right? So right now, if you are going to take everything that literally my negotiating point is on taxes, then are you really becoming favorable? So now I'm at that point where there are other loopholes. Because for me, one of those things that I put in our ecosystem is, as we go in, when I put that ESOP, I'm also putting a debt structure to it. So if our government is going to tax it, I'll tell them, okay, are you going to tax this part of debt so that I'm able to grow? Because again, we'll end up now looking at how do you keep on deferring these to other levels. So I think government, please come in and understand where are we coming at. Because if you want to make so much money out of our startups, create even a bigger enabling environment so that we can all thrive. There'll be money for everyone.
Yeah. So don't tax what doesn't exist yet.
Exactly.
Okay. Let's look at the business environment. Many entrepreneurs have described Kenya's tax system as complex and frequently changing, which increases the cost of and the effort of compliance. Now, to what extent do you think this has affected how Kenyan businesses are scaling out of this country or geographically? Who would like to take that question? Savio?
First of all, I'm not an expert in tax, but I know I'm an entrepreneur, and it's very hard to, of course, the government needs tax to do all the development and to invest in the unattractive areas. But again, it's also very keen for them to have a strategy to make sure that you do not wake up today and tomorrow there's a new tax that has been introduced. It's also very important for them to do capacity building to make sure that innovators, investors also understand the kind of taxation that are existing. If today we have a lot of innovators today, and if you ask them what kind of incentives do you think that you might need in regards to your startup, we do not really have that clear definition for me to know if I want some tax exemption, tax breaks, what should I do, where should I go? So just because of time, that's why I'm rushing the answer. I guess it's very key for us to even train and do capacity building to the innovators and entrepreneurs even before they start investing.
Okay, so our time is up. I'm just going to ask you to each give a closing remark. And John Paul, I will start with you. Maybe you can talk about what government is doing to enable a conducive environment for tech startups as you do your closing.
Okay, thank you. So one of the gaps that we've realized in this country is that as much as we are focusing on innovation and startups, there's still the gap of research and development. You realize that when startups begin their businesses, then it gets to a point where they reach the saturation level where no more innovation comes up. So as a government and in concert with police, we've been able to establish the research-only university that will be able to link now the academia, the government, and the industry, so that we provide an environment for these SMEs and startups to come and link up together and be able to do more research and development on their products so that we can streamline and also we can improve on the products that we produce as a country to enable us to export them to foreign markets, because that is where the commercialization aspects of the innovation and the startup ecosystem comes in. So government is doing sufficiently enough to be able to provide the enabling environment for startups. And this is done through Konza Technopolis, which is the Africa Silicon Savannah.
Thank you, John Paul. Savio?
For me, it's just to ask each and everyone, when you live here, let's encourage our innovators and startups to build innovations that are not grant-led, but investment-led, because we have a lot of investors who come with grants, which is good for early stage, but when they give you a lot of money, they start asking you, they have an upper hand to tell you where you should go, the kind of things that you should start operating on. If Safaricom initially got an investment and the people who came here started telling them, instead of now using mobile money, we want you people to have an M-Pesa card. I know right now it's there. Probably right now, mobile money should not be where it is. So let's focus on investment and progressive funding and not just grants.
Okay. Jan?
Yes, so I'm just going to bring a more Pan-African look to it. The Kenyan startup ecosystem is one of the most advanced, so really kudos to you on that, particularly on what the efforts you're doing on climate in particular. That's really amazing. Of course, you know, like, it's great to see that people are fighting for even more improvements, and you know, we're very looking forward to the Startup Act, for example. So, yeah. And just to finalize, a quick word for startups. I think now the word is not about building fast and breaking things, at least not at a certain stage. It's really about building deep and making sure that that resilience is here.
Okay, Felix.
I think I'm going to say this. First, if you were to forget me, the guy who was in gray, I want you to remember this. Innovation drives policy. Policy does not drive innovation. Innovation drives policy, right? So we come in, bring all of us together. And then I sat down with a couple of founders yesterday, and I want to bring this to the audience. Where does anthropologists sit in your tech startup? You know, why am I saying this is, we want to scale, right? Scaling means that if I'm going to Tanzanian market, I can't come with my Kenyan, you know, game or ball boy and go into that market. I want to surprise that it was so easier for me to get into a call by a minister in Botswana while I'm in Kenya. But then as I'm talking to this ecosystem and understanding them, then I'm told that this is a very reserved market. Guys are different, right? So why anthropologists is, when you're going to that market, you want to scale and you want to do all these things, fact everything. I always say start with an end game, know where are we going to, right? Then come back to it. So the end game here is that there is so much that people need, right? ChatGPT makes sense. But if I am going to explain to my grandmother what ChatGPT is, guess what I have to start with? There has to be payment involved. Where? In Kenya, because the first message that actually makes you happy, if I was to tell you smile or take a photo there.
Felix, unfortunately, I have to cut you short. Our time is actually up. Okay. But in summary, cultural nuances, thinking about the market you're going into, very good additions to the points that have been made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, our panelists. I apologize, we've been given a very short time to do this. I can see the thumbs up, timekeeper. So I'll summarize this. So Africa is not short of businesses, it's not short of innovation from what we are saying. What we are saying is that the challenge is in scaling these businesses sustainably. Building sustainable tech businesses needs to go beyond funding rounds, the hype of funding rounds and short-term wins. It means investing in people, it means solving real problems, it means designing for resilience, it means building strong revenue models and leading with purpose. The future belongs to those who think ahead. But then again, what we've heard is that vision is not enough. Policy, political goodwill, predictable tax regimes, and a business environment that supports growth are essential foundations for building sustainable businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, my panelists. I'll hand over back to the MC.
Asante sana, Lavinia, and your panel. I do concur on that thought on anthropology. It is important that we tropicalize solutions, that you don't go with, let's call it a big chest in markets. You have to understand the nuances of those markets so that you can essentially know how you're going to scale into them. And yes, the element of funding, we are the ones we have been looking for. We need to see more of us become investors in our own ideas and not wait for validation from other parties. So I've been duly informed that the Honorable Cabinet Secretary has arrived and is being prepped to come into the room. So ladies and gentlemen, as the production team put something on hold on the screens, we'll be getting started fairly shortly. with the closing ceremony. So my kind request is that we do not leave unless perhaps you just need to take a short health break. But closing ceremony will begin very, very shortly. Asanteni.
At DX5, we leverage the latest advancements in audiovisual technology, virtual reality, and interactive displays to enhance your events. Our team is dedicated to pushing boundaries and ensuring your event stands out in the tech landscape. Our talented team transforms ideas into reality through visual and auditory marvels. From video production to audio engineering, we set new standards for creativity as we provide quality services such as virtual events, virtual roundtables, webinars, podcasts, and studio shoots. We understand that each event is unique. Our experienced team works closely with you to understand your goals and tailor our services to meet your specific needs. Whether it's a product launch, conference, or networking event, we've got you covered. The heartbeat and hub of creativity.
Mimi niko digital sasa. Nimepiga simu nikauza ng'ombe, sasa naweza lipia mtoto karo ya shule. Huyu sasa shule anasoma kompyuta. Na kama mtoto akigonjeka, napigia daktari simu. Huko hospitali nasaidika haraka.
Through the Universal Service Fund, USF, the Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, facilitates the provision of diverse communication services to every part of the country so that no one is left behind. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Hi, my name is James Riri, and I'm the co-founder of WeLove, an assistive tech platform designed for caregivers and individuals with developmental disabilities, including autism and nonverbal disabilities. WeLove uses artificial intelligence to help caregivers and families, thousands of them, in managing daily routines of these individuals. And these daily challenges include activities such as basic activities such as managing toileting needs, assigning essential life skills such as how one to bathe or use a restroom or such. WeLove uses artificial intelligence to help families predict optimal restroom times of the individuals, as well as applying gamification techniques to help the individuals themselves learn these essential life skills. While most tools are either foreign, expensive, or not accessible to most people in our setup, WeLove is designed to be accessible and built with the local context in mind, building it with the caregivers and the users so as to ensure that it's local and achieves the goals for the local African users. Currently, as we have been able to successfully complete our MVP and conducted our pilot testing, which is beta testing, with some few caregivers, and also conducted a user needs assessment. We are looking forward to launch our application and get it to starting with Nairobi, targeting around 75,000 families who currently face these challenges of living with individuals and managing these daily activities. Eventually, our goal is to scale across Africa. While we are currently operating in Kenya, our ultimate goal is to get into the African market and scale our product from there with the African people, having in mind about the accessibility and all issues to do with the African context. What we are looking for strategic partnerships, and especially with special needs institutions, healthcare networks, government programs, and policymakers to enable us to scale WeLove and reach the community at the community level, the users at the community level. I would like to express my heartwarming gratitude to the ICT Authority and the Connected Africa Summit organizers for having this incredible opportunity, not just for us, but for other also startup and founders, making up out there to be seen, and also to help improve the innovation around assistive tech. And as we say at WeLove, every person deserves to be seen, supported, and empowered. WeLove, for those who care and those who they care for.
Hi, my name is Lilian Ambani, the Partnerships and Projects Manager at Agribora. Agribora is an agri-fintech company located in Nairobi, Kenya. We operate on a B2B2C model, and our focus is on de-risking smallholder farmers. We do this through a combination of two approaches, that is through the human touch as well as technology. By human touch, we work through an AgriHub network. An AgriHub is either an agro dealer or a cooperative or a farmer producer organizations, any farmer group that is located close to the farmer. And we have 4 different solutions that we offer, and that is our digital solution. That is the number 1, the Agri-POS. We use an Agri-POS to digitize farmer records as well as to manage business operation for AgriHubs. Number 2 is the AgriCopper. AgriCopper is an access to finance tool that uses or relies on data from the Agri-POS to be able to generate credit score for the farmer. Then we use this credit score to recommend the farmer to the financial service providers for lending. Number 3 is the Agrimon. An Agrimon is a precision farming tool that relies on AI and earth observation to be able to offer agricultural insights to the farmer, issues to do with field monitoring, yield estimation, as well as crop monitoring. And finally is the reason why we are here today, the AgriGala. AgriGala is a storage solution, but does not only do storage. At the same time, we're able to use the warehouse receipt system to be able to give access to the smallholder farmers who are our depositors to have access to commodity-backed financing. And number 3, we are able to use the same solution to do price discovery for the farmer using our USSD code. And lastly, when the farmer is ready and willing to sell, we are able to link the farmer to the market. Well, AgriGala is unique in that its focus is on solving the pertinent issues the smallholder farmer faces with regards to post-harvest losses. Currently, it's estimated that in Africa, 40% of all grain, commodity, and cereal harvested is lost due to post-harvest handling. So AgriGala is coming in to solve this solution by ensuring that we are able to provide adequate storage solutions that are climate smart to the smallholder farmers, and also to ensure that the farmer does not sell at the point of harvest when the prices are low, but rather to give them a platform to wait it out until prices get better before they get their commodity to the market. In terms of support, we are looking for strategic partnerships for those institutions that whose focus is on reduction of post-harvest loss management. They can come in terms of financial support where we partner to give access to farmers. They can also come in terms of training, sensitization, and awareness events so that we are able to educate farmers on issues to do with post-harvest loss management, as well as any other support that institutions might be able to plug in. I would like to thank the ICT Authority and the Connected Africa Summit for this opportunity to showcase our product at the Connected Summit in Diani, and we look forward to meeting with all of you there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Okwakawa Bednego, co-founder and CEO of ZHub Limited. ZHub Limited is a tech startup based in Nairobi, Kenya, and we use technology to create solutions for e-commerce in marketplaces, especially for small-scale entrepreneurs. And when we have been doing this for the last 3 years, then we realized that so many small and medium enterprises lag behind in terms of absorption of technology. And one of the reasons was because of the cost issues in terms of infrastructure deployment and also access to the internet. And so we started a project called ZSpot, where we give access to the internet in the marketplaces using solar and renewable energy, transforming marketplaces into digital hubs where e-commerce thrives. And so far, what we do is we usually educate the users on how they can utilize the internet. And with this, we have employed young people who do marketing, who teach these users on how they can effectively use the internet to sell their products, like on TikTok and other social media pages. And some of the things, the immediate feedback that we got from our users was the cost at which they initially used to maybe stream online, because streaming using mobile data was very expensive to them. The cost has drastically reduced to them, and it has expanded also their sales. Right now, there are users who are able to sell their products across the country from their location because people can order online. We have seen this, and just by setting one station, we employ up to 9 people. And we look forward to maybe go outside to marketplaces where we can expand the impact that we get from ZSpot. So ever since we started ZSpot last year in May, we have been testing ZSpot within Nairobi and its environment, a project that we intentionally crafted and made it for rural and underserved areas and market outside Nairobi. And the kind of support we need right now is that ability to go test ZSpot outside Nairobi, because yes, it's a good product, but we are testing in a kind of wrong environment. And the support that we look for is access to markets outside Nairobi, and whoever will be able to work with us, partner with us, and scale these operations outside Nairobi will come in handy. And also, we are working on our own billing, because we are a tech company. Internally, we are working on a billing system and a customer management system. And any knowledge that will help us craft the best system that will ensure security of our customers and also easy management of the product will come in handy. As ZSpot, we are so excited about the Connected Africa Summit organized by the ICT Authority, and we want to express our heartfelt gratitude to the ministry and also to the authority for organizing such forums. You are actually bringing the youth to the table to discuss issues within internet connectivity and the next frontiers in terms of tech development and enabling tech within our country. And we also appreciate the partners on the Connected Africa Summit for this opportunity for us to showcase to the world that, yes, indeed, from Africa we can come up with our own solutions, and we can actually be the champions of the kind of change that we want to see. Thank you very much, and I look forward to participating in the Connected Africa Summit in Diani.
Hi, my name is Boniface Nyalwao, co-founder at FarmSky Ventures, and we are building a platform that makes it easier for banks and financial institutions to lend to smallholder farmers and agribusinesses across Africa. Ideally, what we're doing is we're building a different way to assess individual businesses as well as farmers and to determine how much risk exposure the banks have, as well as the kind of profits that they could be able to earn in order to quickly deploy, but also at an affordable cost. So what's unique about FarmSky is ideally we're building an alternative risk assessment process for banks. Now, if we take a back step, it's easy to assess a lot of businesses because there is available data to actually determine the risk. You will find financial transactions, the kind of traction they have achieved over the years. But when you target small commercial farmers, a lot of times these data sets are not available. So what we've done is we have actually introduced what we call agroecological risk analysis. We're able to decide performance of crops per region, per cycle, based on both the exposure as far as climate is concerned, fertility of the soil in that specific region, and the price fluctuations throughout the year. This gives us an opportunity to determine a farmer's profitability using the data that sometimes is outside of what a farmer could actually keep. So that is the creative innovation that we're bringing in to introduce more farmers and to make more farmers be able to access financing. So what we're doing right now is we already have a platform that easily builds a pipeline of farmers. So we are onboarding farmers across the country, and we are onboarding them both as part of groups and as part of farmer cooperatives. Once we onboard them, we do assessments, and we actually have banking institutions on our platform as well as credit providers who are currently lending to these farmers. So we're building a platform, and definitely this is a technical platform. So for us to be able to scale it, definitely we're looking at introduction to technical expertise, people we can actually hire, but also advisory in terms of how to build this platform into an enterprise-grade platform that can be used across the continent. Furthermore, the crucial bit of us scaling this product is actually being able to be introduced to partners, partly those who work with farmers to be able to get a pipeline of farmers to give money to, but also the other bit is banks and financial institutions that could actually lend or use our platform. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the ICT Authority and Connected Africa Summit for being given this opportunity to talk about our solution and to be able to actually put this brand out there. Furthermore, we would like to thank the ICT Authority to be able to talk to more potential partners at this specific summit. We are looking forward to meeting you, potential partners, at the Africa Connected Summit, and definitely we look forward to sharing more on how we can impact more farmers across Kenya and across the continent.
My name is Ross Franks. I am co-CEO of a company called Trend AI, based here in Nairobi, Kenya. Our company is devised to create a connection between Gen Zs, young people, content creators, to SMEs. We've been in operation for 2 years, but we've launched at the beginning of this year. The idea behind Trend AI is to connect young content creators with the SMEs. That means the technical thing that is used, we are using a platform where you register as a content creator. Then the AI engine connects you with an SME. The SME then receives a number of contacts from the young content creators, where they can look at the work that they do. Then they put out a brief of the campaign that they would like to launch within Kenya, but also because it's online, it goes across the whole of Africa. The idea is obviously to create as many jobs as we can for the youth. At the moment, we are scaling up. Obviously, for any new startup, the thing is to connect to people Our challenge obviously is how do we create content and connect to the people that we wish to deal with, the youth as well as to the SMEs. So that is what we're looking for at the moment, a broad-based connection system for marketing. We're obviously looking for strategic partnerships across Africa, not just here in Kenya. We have, of course, help through the ICT Authority. We're also speaking, for example, to the Kenya Film Commission, who are going to hopefully be able to help us with connecting to the content creators who we wish to bring on board to our platform. But we'd like to obviously have that across the whole of Africa. As a parting word, I'd just like to thank the ICT Authority and the Connected Summit that will be happening soon in Diani, where we look forward to meeting as many people as we can and connecting to like-minded companies across the whole of Africa.
Hi, I'm Natachi, and I am the CEO of the Endeza Collective, which has brought Braiding Nairobi to the market. Braiding Nairobi is an app in which customers can request for hair braiders to their homes in real time. Braiding Nairobi is made special through our use of storytelling. Each of our braiders has a story attached to their profile so that customers can really get to know the women who they're supporting. Braiding Nairobi was built out of a National Geographic Storytelling Fellowship, in which I went into Kenyatta Market, interviewed hair braiders, and figured out whether the marketplace is working as a place of economic liberation or economic entrapment for these women. Through my research, I discovered that more needed to be done to help connect these women to customers. At the moment, we have been in the market for less than a year. We launched the company about 2 years ago, produced the app less than a year ago, and since then we have onboarded over 20 salons with 33 more on our wait list. We have a rising number of customers. The app has been launched to the App Store. Our website has been launched and then subsequently redesigned. And we are in the process of creating a proprietary AI model to help our customers get tailored hair care tips through notifications, but also through their hair care assistant. We are also in communication with transportation companies to expand our reach, both by mobilizing our braiders more effectively, but also putting our product on millions of phones potentially in Kenya. Braiding Nairobi is by the Endeza Collective because we don't expect this company to just stop in Nairobi. We want Braiding Lagos. We want Braiding Johannesburg. So when I think about the future of the company, we think about expanding into different markets all across Africa and bringing our solution to folks everywhere. I think it's important for women to have platforms like Connected Africa because tech is such a male-dominated field. And it's not just tech that's male-dominated, but the help and guidance that comes with creating incredible and impactful tech that is male-dominated. And so an opportunity to not only pitch your platform, but potentially be connected to people who can help get your platform to where you want to be is invaluable. I think about tech and tech-enabled solutions as you are the most likely to create a solution that works for you and works for your community. And the more women we have in these rooms, the more tech that is by women and therefore for women. And that can't be understated. So I've been predominantly creating this platform by myself. Recently, I brought on some incredible team members, but I have taught myself everything. And I think that one of the mechanisms for support I'm looking for is simply mentorship, guidance, being able to meet people who have maybe gone through the entrepreneurial journey and are able to hold my hand and help me figure out the trials and tribulations of this process.
Recognizing our CS, kindly be upstanding. Let's welcome our CS. A round of applause. Thank you, karibu sana. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, kindly let's be upstanding for the anthems. Media.
Sorry.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain upstanding. Recognizing our diversity as well, we'd like to start with a word of prayer. And first up, we'll have Mohammed Dek, followed by Esther Molois. Mohammed, kindly.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mohammed Adan from the ICT Authority. I'm in charge of Northeastern region, so I'm the regional ICT officer. I would like to ask everyone to join me in saying a short Quranic prayer, and let's start. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Thank you.
Thank you. And Esther Molois.
Okay, let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we are grateful that you've allowed us to gather in your presence. You've allowed us to have Connected Africa this week. You were with us when we started the planning months ago. You've been with us throughout until today. And this week that we have seen this come to actualization. So as we finish this closing ceremony, we are grateful. We put everything into your hands. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Esther. Honorable William Kafogo, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry, Information, Communication. Kindly have your seats, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies. I was jumping straight into it, being very agile and cognizant of that time. So we'll take it from the top. Honorable William Kafogo, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry, Information, Communication and Technology, Digital Economy. Engineer John Tanui, Principal Secretary, Ministry, Information, Communications and the Digital Economy. Mr. Stephen Isaboke, Principal Secretary, Broadcasting and Telecommunications. Excellencies present, ladies and gentlemen. A fantastic 4 days, chock full of information, insights. You've seen some of the demos out there. My personal experience was one on trade, right? I don't know how many of you have walked outside the plenary and you saw this lady who's selling African-inspired prints. It's a shirt I wore yesterday. It was from rack to body. I liked it that much. So here's the interesting fact. Yesterday on my IG feed, I see my Nairobi plug sending me a message saying, stock imefika. New stock has arrived. And as I'm browsing through that catalog on her video, what do I see? I see my shirt, which I just bought yesterday in Mombasa. Now my Nairobi plug sells these shirts at 7,000 bob. I just bought it at not 7,000 bob. I won't tell you how much. Information asymmetry and distribution. Literally, less than 500 kilometers away, the shirt is 3x. So, I'm an entrepreneur. And I said, because I know people will ask me, where did you get this shirt? I very quickly told her, you're now my source. Your price, we will bump it up a bit, because I know when I go to Nairobi, I can mark it up a bit, and we can all make money. Then, interestingly, there was a lady who was also shopping, and she's from one of the exhibitors called Triolo. They're actually a legal company, and said, the lady is called Florence, by the way. She said, Florence, don't do that deal without a lawyer. So how fun is it that you can actually create value and close it, and everyone goes back home happy, and that's how we drive trade. This is a scenario for Nairobi and Mombasa. Now rinse, repeat for Nairobi, Namibia, Nairobi, Djibouti, Nairobi, Accra, Nairobi, Lagos. We are one Africa. Trade should flow as easily as that. And remember, part of the exciting things that we saw here is agentic systems. We saw a demonstration we saw a talk from MindHive AI that talked about you can actually have agentic lawyers that have been trained on, say, for example, Kenyan law or Tanzanian law. So that if I'm now getting to do trade with a business partner out in Uganda, that contract can actually be drafted well. I don't know what that does for our lawyers, but can be drafted and should be sufficiently defensible. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the outcomes from Connected Africa. I don't know what your outcome is. Earlier, we had a session where people are actually exchanging contacts, and it would be great to, when we fill out the feedback forms, to get what your experience was and how it's added value to you. And of course, we couldn't do this without the able support of our sponsors, and I'd like to walk you through who those sponsors are. You may have interacted with some of them in the booths. We will still have time after this for you to, if you haven't yet, to visit them. Of course, under Ndovu, we have HPE by Selectium and the Midis Group. Under Kifaru, we have Safaricom Enterprise Business and Financial Services Units. Under Nyati, Amazon Web Services. Under Chui, Cisco and KCB Bank. Duma, we have Fortinet, Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, Konza, GIZ, Communications Authority, and Huawei. And under Kiboko, we have Silicon Overdrive, Airtel, Seacom, Checkpoint, Nearfiber, Computech, Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, Loop DFS, and Telcom Kenya. Would like to, Asante, Cabinet Secretary, remember, without these sponsors, a lot of this would not be possible. We've all enjoyed fantastic lunches and breakout sessions. It's been courtesy of partners like this. If you've attended any global event, even if you have a paid-up ticket, you'll bear me witness that the cost of attending Connected Africa is super, super subsidized. If this was happening anywhere else in the world, we'll be talking of ticket sizes upward of 200,000 shillings per ticket. And those of you who've done some of those global events will bear me witness. Now, it would be great to hear from some of our anchor sponsors, and I'd like to invite for some partner reflections, starting with Ernest Salez, who's the President, Local Office. Welcome on stage.
Hello, everyone, and highly appreciated to be here today, ministers, and authorities, PS, and other authorities. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity of being in this event. Thank you for all of you to come across. There is a poet in my country, Spain, that said once, there is no roads we make roads by walking on them, and we can see the progress that we made when we look back and we see the steps that we have done. And this is a good way to say thank you to the ones that have put together Connected Africa. I think that I look back and I see how much progress has been made, how goodness we get here when we are, and I would appreciate, I think the leadership of Stanley on driving this is fantastic, and I really appreciate it, and I think you guys have done a fantastic job, and all the ICT in Kenya for putting this together, and the minister. Thank you very much. Thank you. As a Midis group, just a very little introduction, we have decided to sponsor and to support this event because we see the value, because we see that it's important for the governments to get together and to get to know and share experiences. I had a fantastic agenda myself. All my team had a fantastic agenda. We were more than 25 people coming to the event. And I brought 12 brands that we represent, being the Hewlett-Packard, the most important out of them, but many brands that you have seen in the events from VMware or Broadcom or NVIDIA, etc. So I'm not going to go with them, but I'm really satisfied. I'm thinking it has been a very good investment, has been a very good use of our time. The word Connect Africa has made sense because we have connected with many of you. It's fantastic to go through the corridors and say hello, hello, hello to people that 3 days ago I did not know. So thank you for your interest and appreciate it. And with this said, I also want to appreciate my team. I want to invite you to continue visiting us in the booth. We will be there for the rest of the day. Until the evening, and looking forward to see you. Please stop me in the corridor if you want to have a chat. I will be there for you. Thank you very much, and my best regards for this year and for the next years to come. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ernest Stalez. And up next, I'll invite Shaheen Rahim, Country Manager, Cisco.
People here. With respect, all protocols observed. To Patande Diani, a journey we started several weeks ago, months ago perhaps, right? To Mekutana, agreed? Na sasa tuko na muungano mzuri na marafiki. I thank you all for your friendships. As a returning sponsor, I start with congratulating the Ministry, ICT Authority, and all organizers for a successful Connected Summit 2025. It has been an exciting week with superb, great deliberations. I knew this was coming. Thank you. That's the excitement here as well. It's been an exciting week with great deliberations, learnings, and exchange of ideas, all envisioning what can be possible in this exciting era of AI. The public collaboration with the private sector comes with a deep understanding and recognition that Connecting Africa takes an entire ecosystem, bringing its massive economic opportunity, jobs, and innovation to keep our communities, citizens, governments, and countries safe. Together, the public and private sector collaboration within the continent can be unstoppable if we continue to open dialogue within enabling policy, share roadmaps and collaboration for mutual benefits, removing roadblocks for faster progress. Today, here in Diani, we are a step ahead, boldly led by conversations had over the last few days on this platform of Connected Summit 2025. I thank you once again for the connections and partnerships forged. I was having a very interesting conversation with a young member of my team, and I'd like to invite him over to share his reflections, his being the first time in the private sector, but also in a summit as, can I say, powerful as the one that we are here today. Kimani?
All right. Thank you, Shane. You know, in the office, they call me the last born, the Gen Z of the office. But all protocols observed, good afternoon. All right, like Shane mentioned, my name is Kimani, and I work in Cisco in a very, very timely department. We call it the Country Digital Acceleration Department, or the CDA. And basically, what we do in the CDA is we incubate, we innovate, and we educate. And we do this via our Cybersecurity Experience Center that we work, or I work with together, or in collaboration with the ICT Authority. Now, the Connected Summit, as usual, it's been an experience for all of us to not only experience all the emerging solutions that we've been able to see from all the industry vendors, but also it's provided an opportunity for all of us to network and connect and see how we can be able to improve our continent through different solutions that have been showcased or that we plan to implement together. And at the back of all of that, while we are brainstorming all these solutions, there are three main important things to consider, which is modernizing infrastructure, and of course, leveraging artificial intelligence and securing the modern infrastructure via cybersecurity. But as a young Kenyan, I feel the future is bright. The future is really, really bright from all the solutions that we've seen, not only from the industry, but also from some of the people who pitch their projects within ICT Authority. The future is really, really, really bright. And such a summit has made me even feel that, again, if we continue doing this, if we continue having these conversations, we will definitely move forward. It only gets better from here. Although I just have one question to ask all of you, right? We can be having all these conversations, these summits, this breakfast, but what will we do post-connected? What actionable items will we do as leaders, as decision makers, as the tech industry? Myself, I plan to continue owning my role and bridging the digital divide that we have as a nation and as a continent. But for yourselves, delegates, dignitaries, sponsors, what will we do? Because it's only with actions that we take that we will experience even better outcomes in the next summit. I'd like to thank all of you for attending, the sponsors, the delegates, and the dignitaries, and we shall see each other in the next Connected Summit. Hoping to see all of you there, and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
The CEO could not have picked a better orator, or better representative. That was absolutely flawless. Now, I've received a request from the Office of the PS. So kindly, media team, there was a video that was playing before we interrupted it for DigiKen. I'd like us to train our eyes on the screen to have a look at that. There's specifically a QR code at the end of that I'd love for you to scan. So media team, kindly. That's your cue. It will hang on there for another 10, 14, 15, 13, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Anyone need more time to zoom? feature phone. We had that conversation earlier. Fantastic, and I think that should be it. One of the things I loved is that Rahim said, as a returning sponsor, some of the conversations we have, and I'll reiterate, some of the conversations that are being realized now in terms of the outcomes could have started 10 years ago. When you're dealing with stuff like policy, you can't expect, it's not like instant coffee, instant tea. They take time to marinate and to be chaperoned, etc. So if you're looking for outcomes from an event like Connected, have a plan that cuts across several years so that you can actually chaperone those ideas. And like we were challenged, what will you do? What will you do from Connected? What will you do so that the next time we are meeting with outcomes and positive movement on that? Now, of course, as we wind up our time together here, I'd like to call on our host for some reflections on Connected Africa Summit 2025. Please help me welcome on stage ICT Authority CEO, Mr. Stanley Kamangoya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nje here, our CS and our visiting ministers, our PS and other PSs, dignitaries, our chairperson, board members, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. I am very excited but also very sad that we have come to the end of a thrilling summit here in Diani. And all I can say is, wow. It's been very, very exciting. I feel very honored and proud because of what each one of you have been able to bring to the table, from your time, to your ideas, to your contributions. We have made it happen. Let us clap for ourselves. As you already know, the ICT Authority is an agile institution. We are an institution that not only loves, but takes feedback. And I think the model that we adopted this year was purely based on the feedback that you as our partners in the industry gave us. And we want to assure you of our commitment to continue engaging with you. Please give us feedback on the app in terms of what you think went right, where we can improve, and what we can do differently. And you can be sure that in the next series, we're going to incorporate that feedback. I also want to give my commitment as a person to the industry, as well as a commitment from the ICT Authority that we shall continue to provide you with all necessary support and create a platform where you can be able to take advantage of business opportunities. In this particular summit, I am very happy to note that over and above the outstanding numbers of delegates that we had over 1,400 delegates attending this summit. We had over 435 one-on-one sessions booked through the app. So when I look around and every time I see people outside here, I'm sure there are much more engagements that happened, not necessarily through the app. And that is the purpose we're trying to drive. Remember, on Tuesday, I talked about our mantra. We're not only connecting internet, we are connecting people, we are connecting ideas, we are connecting opportunities. And that is going to be our commitment. We want to apologize because I know the runway that we gave to the build-up of this summit may have been a bit short. We have taken that feedback already, and we are going to plan much better. And we want also to send a message to our colleagues in the rest of the African countries to prepare for an even bigger summit in the year 2026. Even as we expand to provide these platforms, we are also collaborating with other partners in order for us to expand the space for you to showcase your innovations and your talents to the rest of the world. And in this regard, we will be collaborating with GITEX to bring the first edition of GITEX Kenya in Nairobi next year, 2026. Even as we deepen our position as a digital leader in the region. As I conclude, once again, I think from the sessions that we have had here, the innovations that we have seen, the discussions that we've had, it is clear to all of us that the digital future for our continent is bright. I think what remains, and it has been said here before, is for us to continuously support each other, but also tell our stories. There is an African writer who said that until and unless the lions have their own historian, the story of the hunt will always glorify the hunter. So we need to be the historians of our story. We tell our story and we amplify the digital transformation message. With those few remarks, I really want to thank all of you, and it is now my honor and pleasure to ask our board chair to come and make her remarks. Karibu, Honorable Lily.
Okay, Your Excellency, allow me to write on the protocol already established and actually begin by saying my duty is very simple, to stand here today to appreciate what has taken place. But before I mention a few things here, I just want to say, if there is something that I managed to achieve while I was here, was the fact that I achieved to make my identity known. Because I made both the blacks and the whites referring me as the chair. And I was very happy because if there is something that is very important, is all the time to ensure that you remain with your identity. The positions can go, but let people get to know you for who you are. Allow me now to make a few remarks. I stand here before you today, not just as a chairperson of the ICT Authority Board of Directors, but as an African woman and a leader who believes deeply and unapologetically in this continent's digital calling. What we have witnessed over these 4 days in Diani is nothing short of a continental ignition, not just a summit, but also a signal, not just resolutions, but recalibration. In addition, not just declaration, but a shared direction for all African men and women. let us be honest. For a long time, Africa's digital narrative has been framed around what we lack, where we lack, and why we must catch up. Nevertheless, this week, we turned the page. We are no longer responding, we are redefining ourselves. No longer consuming, we are creating. No longer waiting, we are moving. As I reflect, 3 things stand out for me. And these are the truths that can never be changed. First, this summit has proven that leadership is no longer about position. It is about vision, collaboration, and the courage to do what has never been done before. From the ministerial roundtables that I attended, to these voices of youth and women, innovations, we have seen what happens when leaders become a shared mantle, when leadership becomes a shared mantle. Not a title, but a table. And that is what Connected Africa is all about. And it must remain that way. A table wide enough for all of us, deep enough for real dialogue, and strong enough to carry a continent's ambition. Secondly, digital transformation is not a side agenda. It is agenda whether it is an agenda. Whether we are talking about healthcare, agriculture, climate, education, or finance, technology is the lever. And here in Diani, we didn't just talk about innovation. We witnessed it, we tested it, we debated on it, and we scaled it up. The future is no longer about preparing Africa for the digital age. It is about preparing Africa, digital age for Africa. Thirdly, unity is our greatest infrastructure beyond fiber optics, satellites, and cloud networks. Lies something far more powerful, our willingness to work together as Africans, to harmonize our policies, to pool our resources, to tell one African story across many tongues, platforms, and protocols. The Diani declaration that was made by the CS, it is a mirror, our mirror, a reflection of who we are becoming when we chose alignment over fragmentation. Let me also take this opportunity to thank you, yes, the delegates, the partners, the panelists, the moderators, and media champions who showed up with ideas, with energy, and with willingness to build. For the first time, Your Excellency, I actually witnessed women of substance who sat here to share, to facilitate, to speak to us in a strong voice. And I felt like I was just a young girl listening to very big people in the society. This is what I've always longed for. When I was doing politics some times back, I discovered that women were portrayed as weak vessels who may not even express themselves and talk of what is happening in the society. But yesterday, when I saw Kasait, Commissioner Kasait talk about the crimes that are there in the social media, the policies that we require to put in place to empower the same, I felt that I'm in the right place. And I felt that women are being recognized and they speak what is in their heart because they are the mothers of the men in this world. To our team of the ICT Authority, Your Excellence has been evident in every detail, every dialogue, and every digital handshake. You reminded us that execution is not about magic, it is about mastery. Thank you so much. To our partners, both local and international, thank you for standing with Africa, not as spectators, but as collaborators. The world does not need to save Africa. It needs to collaborate with her. Moreover, this summit has shown that Africa is more than ready to lead. as a chair of the board of directors, I fully and proudly endorse all resolutions that were made in this place. And I commit to work with all of you to move in from paper to policy, from the summit hall to the boardrooms where I'm going to be the chair, to ensure that whatever we talked about here are not just talking points, but touch points that can change lives. Let us remember the moment, not just as a meeting of minds, but as a marching of missions. May Diani be aged in history, not just as a coastal gem, but also as the place where Africa drew a digital line in the sun and said, our time is now, and it is now, and it is now. Remain blessed.
Thank you. Let us appreciate the board chair once again. It is now my honor to invite our Principal Secretary, Engineer John Tanui, to come and make his remarks. Karibu PS.
Thank you very much, Stanley, our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable William Kaboko, Your Excellencies, the ministers, the ambassadors, CEOs, captains of industry, colleagues, professionals, good afternoon. I thought that 3 days was quite long. When we were in Nairobi, I made many recommendations. We will be in Diani in the next 2 weeks. We will meet and talk. I think I only made less than 10% of the people I committed. It was so short. But it's been a very inspiring moment, very connecting in terms of ability to network, listening to the various conversations. We've been able to be awakened, even those of us in the policy, to be pointed to the direction we need to focus on. All I wanted to say, Kimani, where is Kimani? He's spoken everything. Can we clap for this great young man? And indeed, the future of Kenya, the future of our continent is bright. If you can listen to what Kimani is saying, then you realize we need to speak less and allow more. Thanks for Cisco allowing that young man to stand here. Let it be an example to all of us in the corporate, and probably even some of us. Maybe we speak sometimes too much and not give opportunity to the next generation. Thank you. Chair, you have spoken also, inspiring us and the role we need to take as a country and how we should work together. They say if you want to go far, do not walk alone. If you want to walk fast, walk alone, but you might not go far. So I think as a continent, this is a strong calling for us to really practice this great saying, that how can we strengthen ourselves? We appreciate the various countries who have come together to work with us this journey. We really thank every country who has been here with us, the representation. We thank you really, really very much. We appreciate and we commit. We've discussed with our Cabinet Secretary, and it's probably one of the resolutions that we will have active participation in regional events so that we can strengthen our bond as a continent and we can work together in these commitments that we have made. We also want to thank the various organizations, the partners who have come out to really support us in this journey. Many have been mentioned here. I might not repeat your names, but we are truly, truly supportive. One of the resolutions we made last year is that this will be a private sector-driven event going forward for the multinational, the indigenous companies across the continent, our startups and professionals. This is your platform to spring to the rest of the continent and to the global space. It's for our young enterprises to be able to move beyond their borders and become regional continental and global enterprises. That's our wish, and that's what we want to see in this platform and the series that will come in the years to come of Connected Africa Summit. We want to have a special appreciation to World Bank. Besides being a partner to many of our countries in terms of infrastructure in the digital space, they are helping us even to model new initiatives in terms of addressing our digital infrastructure. Looking at the connectivity to our borders, World Bank has played a very big role and is one of the partners for the second year, also a sponsor for this event, and we want to give our special appreciation to them. Let's clap. Additionally, there was a clip which was shared there, and I think this is something Wasiri will really like, because we have this program called DigiCen. It has 3 components. I'll dwell on one component where you have the UN PDF as a partner. They are involved in funding where probably normal funding would not work. One of those is development of indigenous digital platforms. Digital platforms is, we know the big tech digital platforms, but we are very limited in the country and the continent. And they are going to pilot to finance a number of these platforms until the banking sector is able to gain confidence that you can actually bank on an idea and support a digital platform, which is not a physical product. So that's another initiative that we want to appreciate World Bank. With that, I want to invite the chairman of National Assembly, Committee of Communication, Information and Innovation, Honorable John Kiarie, just to make remarks also representing the entire legislature and the support we have received. We want to say asante sana and karibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the final time, let's appreciate Katibu Engineer John Tanui. We are seeing the leadership in sector from our Katibu, and what an experience it has been here in Diani. When the gavel taps here, the chairman's gavel taps, the curtains will have fallen on Connected Africa Summit 2025. And the take home for me and for the parliamentarians who have been here is the discussions that have happened, in the panel discussions, in the keynote addresses, in the exhibitions, and even some of the insights that were being put in by partners and the moderators. And what I take home with me is that the resolution out of Connected Africa 2025, key among them is the fact that at this moment in time, when we shall be experiencing these great disruptions that are heralded by the technology that we are talking about, it is not a time for Africa to ask questions whether we shall be facing east or whether we shall be facing west. What I am hearing from Connected Africa 2025 is that it is time for Africa to face within. The conversation looking into the future and talking about Kimani's generation is also asking us, even as we develop the technology, talk about the brick and mortar, laying of fiber, the installation of digital innovation hubs, the development of devices, where is the place for the intangibles, the soft issues? And I want to offer that out of this conference, I am gathering that the next generation must be prepared to be more human, so that this digital development does not make us less human. And I was able to pick out 4 key things that the future must speak to, even in the midst of developers and in the midst of technology enthusiasts. And these 4 are that the man of the future, the African of the future, using this technology, must seek to be more human by finding the place for critical thinking, because these machines will not be thinking for us. The human must find the place for logic and problem solving. The human
must also not lose that emotional intelligence, the empathy, and the humanness that makes us human and separates us from robots and devices. More importantly, I have heard that patriotism will also be a soft issue that we ought to look at. That going into this new future, even as robots take their place, as machines take their place, as emerging technologies disrupt, the human must still be able to critically think and intensely think. The human must also still be the leader in problem solving and logic. The human must not lose empathy and emotional intelligence, and we have to be patriotic. Ladies and gentlemen, when the gavel falls, the business at Diamond Leisure shall be done. But your business is not done in Diani until you impact the economy of this great Kwale County by going out there and spending a little bit of time and enjoying the beautiful white sandy beaches of Diani. I thank you very much. My name is John KJ Kiarie, a member of parliament from the Dagoretti South constituency, where I am inviting innovators and developers to come and pilot the great ideas that we have had here. And I can tell you, out of experience, technology that is piloted in the Dagoretti South constituency has potential to scale nationally, continentally, and even globally. We have proven that in the past as a constituency, and we're inviting you to come and test it for yourself. I thank you, and may you be blessed as you go back home. Please come back with your families to Diani, and I wish you safe skies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman John Kiarie. We appreciate you and the entire committee and the entire legislature for the partnership and collaboration. And to our colleagues here, the private sector and the professionals, our parliament is available for any recommendation in any areas of legislation that you might need in partnership with us. Our ministers, your excellencies, we've had a very engageful moment, and we had one of the sessions which was the ministerial roundtable, where we had now to relook at some of the commitments we made. In 2024, we came up with what we call the Nairobi Declaration, where more than 15 ministers with the presence of over 40 countries who had converged in Nairobi made a declaration, the Nairobi Declaration. And today we are giving what's the progress of these declarations and what's the commitments and resolutions arrived following the ministerial roundtable that was held here in Diani. I'll be inviting representatives to read that declaration before our cabinet secretary comes to speak. I will request Linda Nantichila Nikale, representative from Namibia, representing the Minister of Namibia, to come and read the first part. Welcome.
Very good afternoon to everybody. Allow me to stand on the protocol established. I believe this is going to address the concern raised by the last-born of Cisco. You know, how last-borns are spoiled. They get special attention. So we'll try by all means then to indicate to you what the way forward is from this engagement. I will read the first part as it was indicated to say we, the ministers, the heads of delegation, African Union member state representatives, policy makers, innovators, industry champions, development partners, and digital citizens convened at the Connected Africa Summit 2025 in Diani under the continental banner of Agenda 2063 and the global vision of the UN Digital Compact, hereby issue this communique as a unified and deliberate call for action for Africa's digital transformation. Over the 3 pivotal days, defined by vision, momentum, and movement, we gathered to reflect, align, and act. We converged not simply to share insight, but to commit, to consolidate, and to catalyze. Anchored in the summit theme, the digital journey, vision to reality, our deliberations reaffirmed our resolute truth. Africa's digital future is no longer aspirational. It is here, it is alive, and it is urgent. The foundations have been laid, the frameworks are firm, the ambition is undeniable. Infrastructure development is accelerating from cloud zones to cross-border fiber highways, from e-health to e-governance. Innovation is rooted in African soil, driven by African ingenuity and scaling with African solutions. The question before us is not of readiness, but of resolve. What remains is singular and sovereign, execution at scale, driven by urgency, built on structure, and sustained by continental solidarity. In this spirit, we adopt the following strategic commitment. The first commitment, which I will then focus on, is accelerating service delivery. Where frameworks once guided ambition, it's now speed and scale that must define the next phase of Africa's digital agenda. We acknowledge that the era of isolated pilots has passed. With over 22,000 government services digitized in Kenya alone, the continent must move to decisively to regional interoperability and integrated public infrastructure, digital public infrastructure, pardon me. We therefore commit to elevating AI, data, and cloud sovereignty, advancing African-led AI, localized cloud ecosystems, and data governance that secures health, education, agriculture, and indigenous knowledge systems. Going green while going digital. Championing climate-aligned innovation from modular digital tools to circular e-waste economies supported by green incentives and sustainable enterprise ecosystems. Reimagining learning through EdTech. Scaling inclusive education platforms such as Respect, ensuring micro-credentialing, digital equity, and lifelong learning across all the member states. Backing Africa's digital powerhouses, recognizing scalable leadership in BPO, FinTech 2.0, and digital health, as demonstrated through the Kenyan Digital Jobs Report, Taifa Care rollout, and embedded financial ecosystems. Harmonizing policy for a single digital market. Accelerating the ratification of the AU Digital Transformation Strategy 2020 to 2030 to align cybersecurity, data standards, and investment architecture continental-wide. Fast-tracking continental infrastructure, expanding 5G networks, safeguarding cross-border fiber corridors, and mobilizing universal service funds to reach every African regardless of geography. That's the first part. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Linda. For the second part, we invite Charity Mulenga, UCC Board Chairperson. That's the Uganda Communication Commission. Karibu.
Institutionalizing execution. If strategy signals intent, then institutions must embody resolve. Across plenaries, ministerial dialogues, technical sessions, and innovation showcases, Connected Africa Summit 2025 echoed a single call. The time for declarations has passed. Delivery must now define Africa's digital era. Delivery must now define Africa's digital future. To drive this, we affirm the establishment of the Connected Africa Secretariat to align priorities, track progress, and translate vision into action. In partnership with UDA, NIPAD, REX, and other stakeholders, the Secretariat will anchor the 2025-2030 implementation matrix with clear milestones and investment pathways. UDA NIPAD will support execution through its mandate to drive regional integration, accelerate inclusive growth, and build institutional capacity for impactful digital transformation. The Connected Africa Secretariat, once established, shall become the operational heart of this transformation, tasked with translating vision into structured action and aligning multi-country priorities with measurable results. Accordingly, we mandate the Secretariat in close coordination with REX, UDA NIPAD, and strategic partners to lead the development of a bold 2025-2030 implementation matrix that will define clear timelines, anchor institutions, and performance matrices, coordinate regional investment flows with flagship project pipelines, power transparency through scorecards and the Connected Africa dashboard. This marks a pivotal shift from fragmented initiatives to coordinated delivery, from isolated ambition to institutionalized continental momentum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charity Mulenga. And she also represented the academia. There are many vice chancellors here. She is one of them. For the last part, we invite Mama Seiwa Koroma, Deputy Director General, National Communication Authority, Sierra Leone. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. CS and dignitaries, please allow me to stand on existing protocols. And moving on, the third resolution from this meeting yesterday is, so thirdly is the resolutions from the 2025 Ministerial Roundtable. Anchored in the shared vision of the Nairobi Declaration 2024 and propelled by the collective resolve of ministers, heads of delegation, and continental digital leaders, the Ministerial Roundtable at the Connected Africa Summit 2025 reaffirmed the need for practical mechanisms that translate policy into measurable progress. The following resolutions were adopted as catalytic actions to institutionalize leadership, harmonize frameworks, and accelerate Africa's digital integration. Firstly, we are to establish the Connected Africa Secretariat, mandated to work with member states, regional economic communities, the RECs, and development partners to promote regular implementation updates. to convene high-level dialogues on emerging digital themes, and coordinate the continent's voice in global digital forums. Secondly, we are to facilitate regional dialogue platforms through structured ministerial meetings within RECs to build common African positions in global policy spaces, especially at the UN, G20, and multilateral digital governance bodies. Thirdly, we're to deploy a continental needs assessment mechanism, including a standardized digital questionnaire to be administered across member states to identify national digital priorities. Insights will inform the creation of an African-wide digital marketplace directory that matches country-level needs with African tech and digital solution providers. Fourthly, to launch a legislative harmonization track aimed at aligning national digital laws across critical areas, such as cross-border data flows, cyber security, telecom tariffs, including One Africa network aspirations, and infrastructure licensing, by leveraging successful REC-level policy models. Fifthly, we're to advance Africa's digital manufacturing agenda with a targeted focus on scaling the production of semiconductors, smart devices, and green tech components. The resolution calls for deliberate planning around energy access, e-waste management, and the local value chains to support sustainable manufacturing ecosystems. And lastly, to deepen continental cooperation in capacity building, research and innovation by developing joint training programs, cross-border research clusters, and centers of excellence in emerging technologies, in partnership with universities, technical institutes, and digital academies. These resolutions cement the ministerial commitment to not only unify policy direction, but also unlock Africans' collective capabilities, ensuring that digital transformation becomes a shared, sovereign, and sustained African success story. The call to action. As the Connected Africa Summit 2025 draws to a close, we transition from dialogue to duty, Madam Chair. The commitments made in Diani are not symbolic, they are catalytic. What remains is not consensus, but collective motion. We therefore, firstly, call upon all African Union member states, regional economic communities, the RECs, development partners, and private sector champions to align efforts, deploy capital, enact bold reforms, and forge cross-border alliances in pursuit of the One Africa, digitally connected vision. The age of isolated innovation is over. What lies ahead demands concerted scale, synchronized action, and political courage. Secondly, we mandate the ICT Authority of Kenya as the official summit host to transmit this communique to the African Union Commission, the UN Digital Cooperation Office, and all relevant continental bodies as the formal ministerial outcome of the Committed Africa Summit 2025. We also urge the replication of the Connected Africa Summit model across all RECs by 2026, institutionalizing it as a permanent platform for regional ownership, shared learning, and the acceleration of Africa's unified digital agenda. Let each corner of the continent host its own summit, not in imitation, but in synchronized ambition. And in the closing affirmation, the 2025 Continental Africa Summit was not merely a convening, it was a continental call-up, a strategic ignition to claim Africa's place in the global digital order. From Diani to Dakar, Nairobi to Niamey, the message must now resound. Africa will not outsource its digital destiny. It will design it, finance it, code it, and defend it. We affirm this communique with a shared resolve, mindful of the urgency, confident in our potential, and bound by the vision of a digitally sovereign Africa that leads with its own voice, builds with its own hands, and governs with its own code. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, and so declares the African ministers and all of us who convene here. It's now my honor and pleasure to invite our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable William Kaboko, to give his remarks. Welcome, Waziri.
Thank you, John, for a job well done. When he fails to do so well, I call him PS. What a wonderful 3 days. You know, Chair, you've seen I am not the one who decided who will speak on the communique, but you have seen those three gracious ladies. And I refer to your statement that women are mothers of men. And equally so, men are fathers of nations. So you may start wondering what came first, the egg or the hen. While I sat there, and you allow me to invite two of my colleagues to share their experience these 3 days here with us. But I was wondering, just like I always do, I keep talking to myself and asking myself questions. When will Connected Africa Summit start moving to other countries, not from Kenya? PS is looking at me, what's wrong with that, Kenya? He's trying to take away goodies and cash from Kenya. Yes, because I'm Kenyan, but also African. So we need to take this to other African countries. And I'm sure the attendance 2026 will be much better in terms of number of countries, because even those that sponsor us are telling me that they have gotten value for their sponsorship. A heavy clap for. As usual, I had prepared a couple of things to to say, but you notice I don't have my iPad here with me. It is because when those ladies have spoken, it's everything that was prepared for me to speak. So they have said exactly what I would have said if I stand here. But as I called my brothers, when we sat in Nairobi preparing for this on a breakfast meeting, I wondered what we would tell people about 2024 declarations. And I managed to sit throughout some of the discussions that were here. And we realized that we need a continuous monitoring body that will tell every other nation that is in a member state of the summit what they need to continue tracking in their countries. Equally, we did say, which I didn't hear, that we're going to have a portal. And I look at that portal like an African port, where information will be put under the Secretariat, all information about all countries in terms of the challenges and the successes each country has had. Also, be a market space for the players in the industry who are working in Africa. So that to me is a perfect take home. That, and I also want to announce to those that do sponsor, the Secretariat will require sponsorship. And I've seen one of them, UNCDF, very well mentioned. So between private and public support, I also pledge to support with a little bit of what I have. Yani, so I put in a little bit of sponsorship myself because it is during my time that this is happening. And as I always say, my time is now, because I don't know what he will do next. So one other thing I took away and quite happy to participate in, or having participated in, is the issue of cross-border data transfer, in terms of making sure that we are able to do these things between ourselves as Africa. As I was wondering what I'll say earlier on in the morning, a young man here, and Kimani, welcome. I also have one in my office. I don't know where he has disappeared to, because these Gen Zs have a lot of energy. We only need to redirect their energy to start leading us in this space, and we will get somewhere. So one of the other things that is very close to my heart is the issue of ownership of our data, and having models that base the AI guide that gives you what you ask GPChat is based on European, China, America story, or their models. When we will get African, Kenya, Turkana, all those places in the system, so that when it advises you based on information that they have from where we come from, Africa. And the guy tells me, you know, Waziri, even my son is using AI, and I know the son. He's about 8 or 9. And he says, you know, these things will start confusing our children. So I said, why? What happened? The guy says, the son asked, what do you do, GPChat, what do you do to strengthen your teeth? And because of the model it's based on, they said a few things. One, you need to brush your teeth on a 45 degrees angle. You need to use some stuff to remove germs and stuff on your teeth. So I said, wait a minute, Douglas, wait a minute. What would it have said if they had the African data about how to take care of our teeth? And I know my grandpa told me, just consume or chew muthiga. Muthiga is, you got dances or something. That's what it's called in English, something like that. So we need to train and put this information so that it's our AI, it's based on us. I don't want to bore you a lot. Allow me to say I'm excited about what we have done here these 3 days. And if we continue tracking and sharing across vertically and horizontally here in Africa, this is the place that everyone will be watching. Lastly, I've stayed here for 3 days. This is the 4th day. And someone told me ministers come and open and disappear. This minister did not disappear. My other colleagues, these 2 ministers did not disappear. Our friends from Namibia, Uganda, and all the other countries that are here keenly participated in this summit. We promise to make it better 2026. And KJ, he was talking about you spending a lot of resources here in Diani. I tell you, KJ, I toured last night. And everyone was out there doing exactly what you're saying. These people are very connected. Chair, I actually decided I will find a trophy to give to the most connected after hours. And you will be surprised who it is. Allow me with a heavy claps to welcome my colleague, the minister from Somalia. And I'm lucky I've been invited to Somalia, and I will go because it's Africa. Karibu ndugu.
Well, thank you, Hon William Kabogo. Excellencies, distinguished guests, let me begin by thanking His Excellency William Kabogo and his team for their leadership in organizing this important summit and bringing all of us together to have robust discussions and engagements on how best we can transform our continent digitally. I would like to thank the ICT Ministry and the government of Kenya, the hospitality that was accorded to me and my delegation during our stay here in Diani. That said, the past few days have been very fruitful. They have provided a powerful platform to share experiences, to forge partnerships, and to discuss how best we can harness digital transformation. The African spirit and the regional cooperation has been evident throughout. And as I go back to Somalia, I carry with me new insights. I carry with me renewed connections and partnerships. And most of all, I carry with me a deep resolve on how we can turn our digital transformation vision into reality. Also, I carry with me to act on the statement that was read here earlier. I thank you all, and I look forward to a continued collaboration. Thank you.
Let's welcome my colleague from Sarawak, my good friend. We've become good friends. And I'm told from that side of, anyway, it's okay, let's go.
Thank you very much, Waziri William Kabugo. I'm very excited to participate with you and share these 4 days with you, 4 days of imagining, planifying, and designing a free, connected Africa. I promised in the ministerial meeting to coordinate the effort and the communication with my colleagues in North Africa to be an active promoter in the executing of the decisions of this conference. And I promise also to work in this process of digital transformation of Africa in my country and with other colleagues of communication, technology and finance ministers, which we know and who we know and who we keep with them a good relations. So, thank you for inviting me, Waziri. Thank you for your team, for John, Stanley, the others. Thank you for the partners who are here with us, who expressed their interest to support us, Demis, Cheese, Ulti Chip, and others, and I express my interest to develop relations with the CBA, Safaricom, M-Pesa, and all the active partners who are here in Kenya and in Africa. I also interested to develop our relations in this big process of digital transformation of Africa with my colleagues in the African countries. So keep connected, keep our minister leading this process, and count on our effort. Thank you very much.
Let's once more appreciate our colleague. Let's also appreciate all the other countries that were present here. I've seen Djibouti. Thank you very much indeed. We have Assistant Minister from Zanzibar. I think he's around here. And all the others. Heavy applause for them. So just before I do my duty, which I'm sure many are wondering when I will do that, Diani is still here. How many would want to come back to Diani 2026? Let me put a question, which is that, as many are of the opinion say aye, contrary opinion say nay, the ayes have it. So, Chair, umesikia, si mimi nimesema. Ni hawa. So, I would like also to put a question to the declaration or the communique that was given by the three gracious ladies, and I will do it one by one. The first one is the one read out to us by Linda from Namibia. You heard her. So as many as are of the opinion we approve, say aye. Aye. Contrary opinion, say nay. Ayes have it. So on the part that was delivered by Charity Mulenga from the UCC board, I propose that we put a vote, which is that we approve the communique as delivered. As many of the opinions say aye. Aye. Contrary opinions say nay. The ayes have it. Finally, the ones that were done by Mama, do I say Saiwa? That's fine. Well done. Give me a clap. We put a question, which is that the one that was delivered by Mama become part of the declaration as it was read. As many are of the opinion say aye. As many are of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. A big applause for yourselves. Give me marks out of 10 and let's see how it goes. So how many would want me to do this again? Those who have a direct line to the boss. That's your job. So allow me to, at this juncture, appreciate every one of you and say, with all that we have done this morning, the Diani Summit Connected Africa 2025 is officially closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana, for those remarks and for the communique. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great honor, a great pleasure over the last 4 days. Once more, my name is Mbogwa Njehia, a technology venture builder. Call myself a son of Africa, but a citizen of the world. It's been a great honor to facilitate this, and of course with my co-pilot, production team, Kibandi's mic.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, my name is Miss Kibandi. It's been a fantastic honor to be your co-pilot. I'd love to invite you to a gala dinner tonight, starting from 8 p.m. right here, but at the golf course. And right now we'll be going to lunch as usual. Also remember, the exhibition remains open, so you can pass by there. But I'd love us to end this with a high. So please, why don't you be kindly upstanding? So this is how we're gonna do it. When I say hip hip, you say hooray, right? With energy, sawa sawa. And then after the third one, you high five your neighbor and tell them Tupatane Connected 2026. So hip hip, hooray! Hip hip, hooray! Hip hip, hooray! Tupatane Connected 2026. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
wanapenda kujiringa na wakishuka flow bado watunda na mamazi wa Nairobi wanapenda kujiringa na wakishuka flow bado watunda